Ah, so loud now. Oh, fuck you. Alright, whatever. Oh, I said a swear word in the first 10 seconds. Time to kill myself. Looked away for a second. What happened? What do you think happened? We're trying to figure this shit out. And I figured it out. I didn't. No, that's a lie. I didn't figure it out. I just turned shit on and off until it started working again, which I hate. I hate that that's the only fucking solution to this. Ah! Fucking hell. Testing. Loud, too loud, blah, 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 blah. Oh, that's a little too loud. Okay, that's better. I can speak over the game when I need to.
Our bond is strong. Right now. Come on now. Right here.
Rah, keep up. I hear everything. Rah.
Dissipate. Lightning purified. I see everything. The Temple of Wisdom. Emerge. Right now. Nothing lasts forever. Emerge. Show them. Right now.
Can't see? Let's nip that in the bud.
Stand with me. Grow, grow, grow. Come on out. Emerge.
Get wrecked. I have 31. So still not enough, but that is... Yeah. Oh. Ah! Tyler, look at the... Look at the... Oh my god. Oh my... Alright. 120, 163. We're feasting today, boys. Oh, I want to roll that right now, actually. I bet it could be better for Tainari than my current one. Oh, damn. Tainari's current one is actually still really good as well. The only way it could be better is if it doesn't roll HP percent. And it still rolls the crits that it does. Interesting. Alright. There it is. Let's just do this. Ah, no. Ah, Lois. Nah, I'm not doing it anymore. Found you? Okay. I do need to finish this at some point.
Traveling to...
Shut up. Alright. You continue the story. And hopefully I'll remember where I got up to as I do so. 'Cause that's what we're here for. Neverlet.
You're here! Finally!
Uh-oh.
Is something wrong? Monsieur Neuvillette and Lady Farina, they seem to have gotten into a dispute. Please go see for yourself.
I love the powers that we have. The two most important people in this country are arguing. Please go and watch.
Like I said, I've already explained everything.
And yet the problem has not been properly solved. There is little space for excuses between us. It is not my intention to offend you, but please, tell me where you stand. You are the Hydro Archon Focalor, are you not?
No!
Look at this. This is a list of the victims from the recent Poisson incident.
Reading. Reading.
You mean they're all...
We did not arrive in time to avert this disaster, and I will not have it happen again. I will say this once more. You must tell me everything you know. Yesterday, I found 3 stone slates in some ancient ruins near Poisson. Do you know anything about those?
Seriously? You're questioning me like this is a court case now. I don't know anything about that. But you found them in some ancient ruins, you say?
That's correct, which is why I came to ask you some questions. There should have been 4 slates, but one of them was missing. The other 3 featured different images that seemed to correlate to the prophecy.
The prophecy?
The second of these slates depicts the previous Hydro Archon Egeria kneeling before a floating island in the sky, as if confessing something. Do you know nothing of this either?
I don't. I've never seen such slates.
I'll ask you again. Do you really have no information regarding the previous Archon? My deciphering of the slates indicates that the Hydro Archon Egeria once had to confess to, or apologize for, a certain sin. If anyone would know about it, it should be you.
All gods don't have the same secrets, you know. She was herself and I'm me. Is it really so strange that I know nothing? I understand your concerns, but I'm sorry. I just don't have anything to tell you.
Forgive me for saying this now, Lady Farina, but I have long known of your various secret investigations into certain matters. There are several indications that you have been investigating the prophecy on the sly. This is not strange in itself, considering that you are the Hydro Archon. But it is strange that you should also claim to not know any of Egeria's secrets, as well as do nothing following your inquiries. You have never been as superficial as you have presented yourself to be, nor are you a fool. And yet, your behavior is very inconsistent.
So you've been watching me all this time, have you?
Oh!
I didn't think you were that type.
You...
Well, since you know about my secret investigations, then you should know I'm actually working to take care of it. There's no point questioning or suspecting me. You're the Eudix, but you're still my subordinate. You should be following my lead. Just trust in me, your Archon, and do as I say. Never mind whether you can truly convince yourself to or not. It'll all turn out fine. That's all I have to say. We do not discuss this matter again. Oh, the opera's about to start. Toodles!
Toodles? option.
Did Farina not notice us standing by the door? Wonder what's up with her. She was smiling. She didn't seem in the mood to care if we were listening in or not.
She seems to be deliberately hiding something.
I assume you've been outside for a while now?
Oh, you noticed. Seems Farina didn't even realize we were here.
She realizes.
She was in a great panic, though I cannot discern the reason. Our discussion reached impasses time and again, a state of affairs that we cannot allow to continue. Still, I do not understand. Dialogue is the basis for understanding, so why did she keep refusing to engage?
I'm afraid questions alone might not suffice. Need to make her understand.
Everyone
Yeah,
in her
whatever.
inner circle has noticed that she is hiding some secret. The issue is her attitude. I fear that she will not reveal anything unless absolutely forced to. We may have to create a situation in which she will have no choice but to speak.
Oh? Like what?
Kill her.
Normally, people will only reveal the truth when standing trial. Perhaps we must have the Hydro Archon experience just such a scenario.
But Farina's seen so many trials, and she's really good at dodging questions. How do we make sure that she won't just slip away at the first chance she gets?
We will need to consider this thoroughly, join forces with various parties, and then do what we can. If at all possible, I would prefer to recuse myself from this affair, but we must prevent the prophecy from coming to pass. This may be cruel to her, but all Fontaine is in crisis. The information a god possesses is too precious, and so we must take a chance on this.
Absolutely.
But who will lend us their aid to do such a thing?
I think I know who to call. The Ghostbusters! Wait, are we going to call Arlecchino? Are we getting Arlecchino to put the Hydro Archon on trial?
Well, that's everyone, huh? Speaking of which, it was pretty smart of you to think of hiding here.
Poisson was just involved in a disaster, so it's presently devoid of people. That naturally makes it the best choice.
And here you are drinking tea like it's the most natural thing in the world, huh?
That's what families should do. Sit and enjoy a leisurely time together.
It's nice to enjoy tea here, you know? Care for a cup?
Lend me your ears, everyone. Or perhaps one of you might like to start us off. How about you, friend?
Me? No, I don't think I can.
Then, how about you, good sir?
I fear that I will cause the mood on this boat to become as somber as it is in court.
Well then, I guess we're lucky we've got a local like me to organize things. Wonderful, the spotlight at last. I guess I'll be facilitating things from here.
Where's Arlecchino?
That was
Ooh.
a little long-winded, don't you think?
Oh, you might be right. Anyway, to cut to the chase, our friend here, the Traveler, has brought us together to discuss something. As for what that is, well, let's start by saying that we'll be pooling our efforts together to create a series of traps.
Lesbians the game. And Liney? No, you know what? Liney is a lesbian. Fremine, though? I don't think Fremine is a lesbian.
Oh, how intriguing.
Well, it's just an expression, really. One that I just learned from Chlorand, and used on the spot. So, let's invite her to explain in detail. A round of applause, please.
Huh? Didn't you say that you would be facilitating this?
Oh, come now. Your work doesn't involve much public speaking, right? This is a good chance to practice.
Wow.
You might even pick up some fancy oratory tricks to impress your boss with in the future.
Oh my god, Navia, you are standing so close to her. Like, just fucking kiss already.
I see. And what does my boss say?
He is glad that you consider him your boss. Do go on.
The fact that Alakina isn't in this group makes me sad, though.
In that case, do any of you have experience hunting?
Not that I recall.
Fremine and I once used a wooden stick in a basket to catch wild rabbits when we were younger. As for Lynette, oh, right. You were sick that day, weren't you?
Yo, Navia, what's Clarin's tongue taste like, right?
I've also gone diving to catch some fish before. Does that count?
I'm afraid not. You may or may not have heard, but Fontaine once played host to a group known as the Marechaussee Hunters.
That's how you pronounce the artifact set. Marechaussee.
Though that was their name, they did not hunt animals, but rather various monsters left behind by the ancient dynasty of King Remus. Today, Fontaine's monster population has already thinned greatly, so the hunters have blended back into society, taking up arms in other lines of work. They even left a unique methodology of hunting in their wake. A trap comprises of the following components: bait, a trigger, and a containment device. Sometimes a lethal implement will also be necessary to deal with the prey. So, if we were to build a trap together, right now, what would you choose to build it with?
For me, I would prefer something basket-shaped. Pigeons and rabbits will see the bait and naturally enter the snare. Our line of work requires a deft hand, and we're some of the best in the industry, so you can count on our techniques.
You used some of those techniques while moving the people of Poisson, didn't you? My subordinates mentioned that you even performed some magic for the bawling children.
Yes, and I even managed to gather some intelligence in the meantime. I'm quite the multitasker if I do say so myself.
I'm afraid I can't claim that as my strong suit. I prefer more stable methods, like placing bait in the water and waiting for the fish to come within reach. That's the kind of method I would count on.
Calm and steady. Exactly the kind of person who would catch loads of fish.
And I can be their assistant.
With discretion, I'm sure.
I'd probably use some sort of mechanical animal. Papa once bought me some small clockwork squirrels, mice, and such. When placed in the forest, they can attract others of their kind. I remember that you liked those too, didn't you?
Oh my god.
I did.
Gay, homosexual,
and that would be a
gay.
good way to go about it. If they're realistic enough, animals of the same kind will follow them all the way to the trap.
What about you, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I fear I do not have any related experience.
That makes sense. You usually solve problems directly, without the use of any such tricks. But I do have one more question for you, Monsieur. If we were to create a trap now, how would you design it?
I would like for it to be effective, but bring no harm to the prey. A more gentle trap would be ideal.
Kind, as always. However, our intention doesn't necessarily change the containment device and the type of implement we need. If we wanted to kill the prey in one strike, we would need a powerful implement. However, that also goes for prey that must be captured and safely contained.
Wait, why is that?
Only a hunter who's a true expert at subduing their prey can snare it without harming it. The line that divides life and death is often exceedingly thin.
So are we going hunting together?
We hadn't thought of seeing ourselves as hunters. It kinda works, but maybe it's still not the best metaphor.
If our means of capturing and dealing with our prey is to put them on trial, then the hunting metaphor is actually quite accurate. But we shall require much more courage than any hunter to judge a god, a being whose seat is an exalted throne.
Oh, so that's what's going on. Sounds very interesting.
I am very cold. What? You will not call this a hunt because that is not what you should do at present. Nor has the relationship stage between you and Furina. Okay. 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 That... We need to trick her into telling us. Alright, I'm in. I just did that whole scene. Sparkly. Book.
It's been a tough few days, hasn't it? So much has been happening. Paimon didn't think the meetings would go on for so long, but everyone seemed pretty fired up, huh? Paimon thought they'd be at least a little frightened. Well, Fremine was, now that Paimon thinks about it, but everyone else just looked a little surprised. Well... It's hard to say. Paimon doesn't have any experience with this sort of thing. But with you around, Paimon sure will do great. After all, you're the most reliable person in the world, aren't you? Did you just pour some tea? Paimon didn't notice you doing that at all. Then what's that? Paimon's never seen that cup before.
Don't be frightened. I'm just joining you two for tea. I merely refrained from saying anything till now.
That's not Alakino's voice.
Who's that voice?
Ah, have you forgotten me already?
That's one of the Hexenzirkel!
You are familiar. You're the voice we heard from the sky in Sumeru.
The voice from the sky, I fear that description is wrong. You're feeling lost now.
Isn't
just
it?
as you were feeling previously. I sensed that confusion and thus came to you. Consider me a passerby, just accepting a commission from my friend's disciple on a whim.
Yeah, that's one of the Hexenzirkel, right? It's like Mona's teacher is one of the Hexenzirkel, and this is a friend of Mona's teacher. It's not Alice though, is it? Because we've heard Alice's voice, and yeah. The enigmatic N of the Hexenzirkel, yeah.
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
What? Then is there any way we can stop it?
I believe you have witnessed a failed attempt with your own eyes. Can everything in Teyvat so easily be changed? Ah, so you've caught on. Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods, could things be happening in hidden corners where the gods' gaze does not fall?
Also, her accent is really interesting. Like, I'm trying to pin it to get, like, a vague idea of what region of the world she might be from. And I'm like, I'm not quite sure I'm getting it.
Are the things that you shall see different from the fate that the gods perceive?
What is she talking about? It all sounds really impressive and important and stuff, but it also sounds kind of scary.
I believe that you understand, right? Some things are insignificant, but others you must reach out to change. Ultimately, fate shall serve as your only guide, no matter what will happen in Teyvat's future. All you need to do is to play your part. This was good tea, by the way. Thank you for your hospitality. Well, that'll be all for today.
The voice. It's gone.
Mm-hmm. Alright.
What? Paimon hears someone talking. Alright, coming! Hey, it's you who's getting lazy, okay?
Well, I see I've walked in on some lively banter.
Luna!
Yeah.
Just fine. I went to take part in that Steambird panel. It turned out to be more interesting than I expected. Not all Fontanians are pessimistic about this. One journalist mentioned that sitting around and waiting for the end to come would be wrong, and that they should make their own rescue preparations. I agreed, so we had a brief chat with her.
Did she have pink hair by any chance?
Why, yes! It was Charlotte. You remember her, right? That daredevil journalist? I'm in full support of her view. Prophecies are very important, but how can people allow their lives to be commandeered by just a few words?
Oh, Mona.
Paimon's glad to hear something sensible for once.
Oh, did you hear the fucking mic crackling on her fucking... Just a few words. Like, fucking,
Ah, yes. About what we had discussed before. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't reach the old hag. I'll try again tonight, but I wouldn't get your hopes up.
There it is again.
Huh?
Come on.
Goodness gracious. Are you serious?
She said that even the god's gaze has blind spots. Pretty bold if you ask Paimon. Most people would believe the gods to be all-knowing, right?
The Hexen Circle members are certainly anything but ordinary. As for the mage named N, the old hag has mentioned her a few times. She said that N's sense of direction is incredible, and that she loves guiding those who are lost.
Makes sense.
But I've never met her, and if she were still alive, she'd be... well, suffice it to say that the hag's at least a few hundred now, and N's been around for longer than that.
Whoa. The Hexen Circle sounds like a scary group. But they must really stay in shape to live so long.
God damn it,
Their abilities
Paimon.
alone are pretty terrifying. If she came to see you personally, then the problem you're facing must truly be of great importance.
The gods can't be all-knowing because we know for a fact that we erase an entire god's existence from the god's memories. Spoilers! Syl hasn't even beat Mondstadt yet!
Well, it's not like Paimon could understand anything she said.
Yes, she was quite cryptic, but I suspect she means that there is still a way to turn things around. She didn't say when or what that would be, though, so... perhaps it is something that you cannot know right now. Travel,
Yeah.
Paimon? Are you two alright?
Oh, we're fine. We're just a little down right now. It kind of feels like the end is coming, you know?
I see. I feel that same sense of desperation, too. I guess you could consider me someone who has often witnessed fate. So far as I have seen, it cannot be swayed. But even so, I still hope for, and believe in, miracles. Astrology is eternal and rational, but fate may not be. It is cruel, but it can also be beautiful.
Astrology is eternal and rational. Do you hear that, Cancers? We're validated. I want to die. Oh no.
Perhaps that's what N was trying to tell you. Not to lose heart, and to believe that what you are seeing playing out before you is not yet set in stone. I did originally think of steering clear of all this, but I couldn't. Even if this is all futile, I still wish to help everyone. If we don't struggle to the last, then how can we face the end when it comes?
Huh. You do have a point.
There I go, talking about astrological principles again. Sorry about that. The moment I start talking about work-related stuff...
Oh, I need to get going.
Don't worry about Myrna.
It was worth trying to comfort you, even if only a little. I believe that you'll help those who are struggling in the same way I did. I suppose that might be why we always seem to meet by coincidence.
Paimon feels kinda moved by what Mona said, but also kinda sad too. Hey, Traveler, Paimon suddenly feels like going outside for a walk. Let's go. Let's walk around the city, shall we?
Paimon, I don't think you've...
Spots we always like to...
Paimon, I don't think you've walked a fucking single step in your life. The fuck? There we go. Ugh.
Huh? Our names are written in this newspaper. What's going on? Let Paimon see! The underwater stronghold, the Fortress of Meripede, has continued in its noble autonomy, but that does not mean that others cannot interact with it. My recent attempts to enter the fortress bore little fruit. Huh. Guess Charlotte still hasn't given up on that.
Yeah.
Thus, did an Outlander friend become the focus of this report? A blind adventurer with their white fairy, legends trailing in their wake. It is said that this mysterious traveler once visited the underwater fortress. So while the fortress's interior remains a mystery behind closed doors, do not fear, for the tales of the traveler contain surprises in spades. Journalist Charlotte's biggest scoop yet, the Traveler's Trail, World Walker. Huh. Charlotte took so many awesome photos of us and we never even noticed her. She hasn't been able to get a hold of anything at the fortress, so since we're easier to find, she's using us as the subject matter and...
Yeah.
Seriously? Well, fine. Those headlines and photos do look cool, so Paimon will forgive her this time.
I'll forgive her this time. Ugh.
We're here! Paimon's hungry. Should we go in and get something to eat? Hey, quick!
Ah!
Look! That's the limited edition, only 16 slices a day cake! It was so delicious the last time we tried it, despite the tense situation we were in. Let's give it another go. I'm sure it'll be great.
Alright.
One slice of cake, please. Someone showed up after all. Oh, wait, you're the one from the Palais Mermonia.
Oh, are you here to buy cake too? It seems Monsieur Nervalette was right. You really can eat.
Well, yeah, of course I can eat. I'm capable of eating. That's what... Whatever. Thank you for the follow, Axel. Axel69. Oh, name's so cool. Hello, how you doing? I'm doing great.
Wait, did he really say something like that?
That's right. Even he has his own preferences when it comes to food. As for me, I love the cake and coffee here.
Do you come here often?
Paimon.
Usually every day.
Every day?
It's part of my daily schedule, apart from work. I shall have my cake and coffee.
Then what if someone told you one day that this place would be closing soon, and you wouldn't get to eat cake here anymore? What would you think?
Paimon, what the fuck? By the way, your model looking so cool. Did you make by your own? No, definitely not. I don't have the skills for that.
But why would it close?
Well, Paimon doesn't know either, but maybe the waters will rise tomorrow. You know, like in the prophecy.
Paimon.
Oh, the prophecy. To be honest, I haven't paid much attention to that. No, still, even if there'd be no more cake tomorrow, that wouldn't keep me from having some today.
I mean, a lot of the Melusines are probably in... a lot of them in her zone for, like, size and immortality and relative maturity. So you caught on that too, did you, Tyler? Like the weird way that, like, do you come around here often? Like, Paimon. Ugh.
No, it's the same for eating in general. You might not be able to eat tomorrow, but if you can do so today, then you should carry on. That's what people call living, you know.
Huh.
Don't be sad. Excuse me, could I have 2 more slices of cake to go? These 2 slices are for you. Sijuin said that this kind of expression you're making is what humans call being sad.
Oh, you know Sijuin?
No, Tyler. Oh, okay. Too late. Axel, I'm not interested in seeing your creations. Thank you for asking, but no thank you. In the future, please don't advertise that kind of stuff.
I sure do. She was born before me, and she sometimes comes to the surface to teach us things about humans. She said that humans are creatures that are saddened easily, yes, and you can only lift their spirits by feeding them delicious food. So please try the cakes here. I've got something else to do, so I'll be going now. You two try to stay in a good mood after eating, all right? Bye.
And there she goes.
That is not in any way, shape, or form what the text says. Huh. But also, this scene is weird. They redid the line because it was too gay. Paimon X Sedane? Sedine? I don't even know how to say her name. This scene feels weird, doesn't it, Tyler? Like, this scene feels so stilted and, like, weird. Like, they really hung up on, like, a weird amount of details. Like, they're gonna come back later and reference this scene as, like the catalyst of something. Yeah, Paimon gets weirdly depressed out of nowhere. You come here every day? 6-second pause. That scene was weird.
Alright, let's dig in. Paimon's sure this cake will be delicious. It's more delicious than last time! And the flavor gets even better with a sip of tea. It sure would be nice if we could come again tomorrow. Sure would be nice if we could always eat delicious food here.
Paimon! Oh, you like cake? Nice! Are you afraid of death? Like... Like, chillax, girl! Plenty of that, not much of that, so... Tell me the name of God, you fungal piece of shit! What line did it say before? No, still... Jesus Christ.
Keep up.
You missed the joke. We're not going to dissect it for you. So I'm Hing my head.
Oh, we're near the Steambird office. Let's go look for Charlotte and have a chat.
Wow! If it isn't the Traveler and Paimon! Oh, have you seen the article I wrote about you?
Ha! You've got some nerve! You just used us to make some quick mora!
Paimon.
Oh, you needn't worry about that. I heard that you were in Poisson some time back, so I sent you a letter to discuss just that. It appears you didn't receive it, though.
It's
alright, though. I've set aside the amount intended for you. I've even set the table with some food.
Have you not heard what happened in Poisson? Like, Charlotte, I don't think a letter's gonna get anyone there anytime soon.
Really? Oh, you're the best!
Paimon, focus! Oh, whatever.
You're almost a little too easy to win over, Paimon. If I were a journalist with ulterior motives, you'd be in trouble now, you know.
Oh, Paimon knows you're not like that.
Still, what brings you here all of a sudden? Were you looking for me?
When Mona mentioned you, we thought of coming to see you at work.
I see. It seems you've already bumped into Mona here in Fontaine. So she mentioned me? What did she say?
You're a dumb bitch.
She said that you're a real daredevil of a journalist.
Nice. In which case, can this daredevil journalist dare to request an exclusive interview with the legendary Traveler and Paimon?
Huh? So your article in the paper today doesn't count?
Oh, of course it doesn't. That was more like live photography. What I'd like to do is dive deeper and ask you to talk about the things you've seen and experienced.
You seriously want to interview me?
Yeah, are we even qualified enough?
You don't have to be qualified to be interviewed. What the fuck do you mean, Paimon? Sure, it's convenient that everyone in Genshin knows everyone in the universe except Itu knowing who Ayato is. And that's... I'm not even gonna... Whatever.
Why not? If I say you're worth an interview, then you're worth it. But not right now, of course. I'll need a few days to prepare.
Oh, in that case, we'll just chat when you have the time then?
Oh, so that's a yes? Ooh, splendid! I'll tell the editor-in-chief immediately. I'll have to apply for lighting, a venue, some props, and... Whew, so much to get done now. Talk to you later.
I want to talk about the fact that she just asked for an interview, but it's going to be like 3 days from now. I'm getting a really, really strong sense of, like, finality. I'm getting, like, a really weird sense of, like, we're laying down a bunch of, like, little puzzle pieces now. I don't like it. I can tell that it's happening.
Wait, Charlotte, Paimon's still got a question for you.
And what's that?
You ever think about dying, Charlotte?
If, just for example,
Oh my god!
Fontaine were to be flooded tomorrow, what would you do today?
Huh. That's the prophecy you're talking about, isn't it? I mean, I do hear about it often, but I've never once thought that the day could be tomorrow. If you're seriously asking, then I might try and think of a way to leave Fontaine. Oh, but I'm still a journalist first and foremost. That means I have a duty to be reporting from the scene. And secondly, I wouldn't forsake my homeland that easily. From what I've seen, most people don't know what they'd do should the worst come to pass. In truth, it might be better just to behave like normal rather than worry over such an end. So in all likelihood, I'd probably still be prepping at the office for that interview of ours. I know what you're thinking. That sounds a bit sad, but I've always believed that it's best to do what you enjoy. Just think about it. If this nation really were to be suddenly destroyed tomorrow, but I still successfully finish an exclusive interview with a truly unique person, then the story I would wind up writing would truly be timeless.
Hey Tyler, because I haven't paid attention to a lot of the side quest stuff. Who is Miss Hina? I still haven't cottoned onto that yet.
And then do you know what I'd do? Well, I'd write that story, send it for printing, and use messenger pigeons to get copies out to the various nations as soon as possible. I'm not a dreamer, nor am I a workaholic, but I do love my job, and I'd be proud of leaving such an article behind. I guess you could say that I was born to be a journalist.
Oh, so Goro is Miss Hina. Tyler, your previous message... Oh! Goro doesn't realize Goro is Miss Hina. Oh, that's weird. Okay. Yeah, no, that's why I was confused, because I thought Goro was Miss Hina, but then you said Goro hasn't realized he's Miss Hina yet. And I was like, okay, well, if Goro's not Miss Hina, who is? That's why I asked.
But anyway, that's my answer. And on that note, I'll get back to my preparations.
That's so nice. All of a sudden, Paimon actually kinda envies her. Anyway, let's go and take a look at the sea, shall we? The sea breeze and scenery can be a pretty soothing combo, huh?
There's a puzzle down there. There's a puzzle down there.
Paimon's been thinking.
I can tell.
If it wasn't Fontaine, but all of Tevat that would be destroyed tomorrow, where would we go and what would we do? No, Paimon should ask, if you could choose, what would you like to do?
Goro's so trans he can be female to male and female to male at the same time. Very good, Asil.
We've always been moving to the next destination, so we haven't spent much time thinking about these kinds of things. We didn't have to either, with us always being on the road and whatnot. You mean, still traveling?
Silence. Never.
Huh. Wait, isn't that what we've always been doing? Hey, listen.
No. Okay. Ah! Stop it! I can't pay attention to the story when there's pie in my face.
Feels like you'll grow mold if you stay here long enough.
Paimon, that's rude.
But it's still better than the Fortress of Mirapede, that's for sure. It's not only damp there, but salty too.
Ah, so the two of you are still here. Wonderful.
Hi, Isadora.
Oh, you're from the Palais Mermonia, aren't you?
Yes, I'm Isadora. Monsieur Nervillat sent me to look for you two before. I heard that afterward you went to the Fortress of Meropide.
You under the impression we might be wanted criminals?
Not at all. I'm well aware that you're friends of his. Actually, I'm here to pass along a message from him.
Let's hear it.
Inside the Opera House. The Maréchaussée Phantom has declared the incident a small-scale riot.
A riot?
Well, that said, I don't personally think it was that serious. Lady Farina was watching a performance at the Opera House, and while she was resting during an intermission, some other audience members suddenly started harassing her. Loudly accusing her of doing nothing about the prophecy crisis. And before she could respond, others started to join in. The crowd continued to grow, and protests against the Hydro Archon started to break out.
So people have started to put the blame on Farina. Guess they finally found an outlet for the pressure they've been under due to the prophecy.
Wild.
I agree. People will naturally rely on gods, as is customary. But the moment people feel threatened, gods are also the first to be blamed.
So what happened after that? Is Farina okay?
Seeing that the situation was spiraling out of control and that further argument was pointless, she claimed that she'd gotten tired of this and left in a hurry. The Marechaussee Phantom had their hands full maintaining order and did not catch where Lady Farina had gone. Only when things had stabilized did we realize that she had gone missing.
So, you mean she's still missing?
That's right. The Marechaussee has dispatched many people to search for her, but we don't have any leads yet. That said, I don't think there's much to worry about. She is a god after all. Even if she were to fall into the hands of rioters, what could ordinary people do to her? Good. Monsieur Nervillet sent me to tell you about the situation, but he didn't say anything else.
Don't worry, this is more than enough to go on. Thanks for keeping us informed.
Is that so? Well, alright then. In that case, you two take care. I'll be heading back to the Palais now.
Well, sounds like we should hurry over to Poisson then.
You shall caught on quickly.
If we know Farina, she won't try to fix things in this situation. Instead, she'll look for a place to wait out the heat. And, as we also know, she may be loud and dramatic, but she doesn't have a heart of stone. When Nervillet was talking to her in the Palais Mermonia, and she heard about Poisson, she couldn't hide her sadness and remorse. It would be hard for her to ignore being accused by the public today. Paimon thinks Farina's probably taken the opportunity to slip away to Poisson and try to relieve the sense of guilt that she's feeling.
Also, we literally get to be criminals in every continent. Yeah, I was like thinking about it. I was like, no, not that continent. Oh wait, okay, but like not that continent. Oh, right, except for that part. Yeah, we've become a criminal in all 5 states so far.
Huh. Well, what do you think? Paimon knows the answer, of course, but Paimon can do the analysis to back it up too. Cool, huh?
Okay.
In that case, there's not a moment to lose. Poisson, here we come.
Yeah, but it gets resolved. I want to stay a criminal. Well, with the rate that you do the story, Sil.
This place looks deserted. Guess all the survivors must have evacuated already. All that's left here are signs of devastation. Could Farina really be here? Let's try to find her as soon as possible.
That looks like a giant toilet. Hey, look, it's Farina.
That's Farina, right over there. She really is here all on her own.
Should I just give up? This is all meaningless. What was meant to happen did happen after all. Everyone's dead. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Give up, Farina. There's no point in holding out. I'm sorry, but what can I even do other than to repeat meaningless apologies over and over? Who's that?
Don't worry, Farina, it's just us.
So it is you, blonde traveler from another land. Why, I almost thought you were summoned from that mob of my ignorant subjects, come to kneel and beg for my forgiveness.
Farina, you were crying just now, weren't you? The tear stains on your face are obvious.
What do you mean, tear stains? Oh, I remember. The show at the Opera House earlier this morning was so moving. I'm still trying to process it.
Oh my god, girl. You do not need to, like, these are... You've got the great emotional wall of China going on here. Like, let us in. It's alright.
Who did that uncivilized rabble think they were? Disturbing my enjoyment of the arts.
She said telepathically.
They even dare to tout their Archon. I must teach them a lesson. I can just imagine their twisted and frustrated faces once they realize that I'm nowhere to be found. Oh, and I'm sure Nouvellette and those people from the Marche Chaussee Phantom are freaking out right next to them too. Of course not.
Hey, there she is! The Hydro Archon's over there! Quick, after her!
Farina, those people seem to be after you.
They are? They're just some rabid fans who want to cut the line because they haven't been able to meet me in person, aren't they?
Oh my god, Farina!
That's against the rules. I can't let them get their way.
Farina just ran off! Quick, we have to catch up with her!
Okay.
This should be the place, right? Hey, Farina! There's a good hiding spot over here. Quick, come to Paimon before the rest of them catch up to you.
What is this place?
Hurry, they're almost here.
Fine. I suppose haste is warranted. Lead the way.
Okay. That seems a little stilted. It was a bit weird.
Paimon's exhausted.
Oh my god, Paimon.
I'm so tired. I totally thought they had caught me. No, I mean, I merely gave in to the sheer enthusiasm they displayed. You're right.
Yep, that's a good girl.
What's happening? The ground's shaking. Is it an earthquake?
Yeah. A quake of this kind preceded the flooding in Poisson, didn't it?
It can't be. It's happening again.
Well, there's no need to worry too much about that. Nouvellette's made some emergency plans, so the evacuation should go a lot smoother this time.
Yeah, I hope you're right. But the people of Poisson, they've already... It's true. I've been investigating the prophecy for hundreds of years. I once had informants all over Tevat, searching for clues and feeding information back to me. I've tried all kinds of ways, too, to hold back the sea. Anything to keep the coastline from advancing. But all my efforts proved to be futile in the end. Really, the truth has been clear to me for a very long time. We cannot make an enemy of the divine. No matter what we do, the will of the heavenly principles will have its way, and the prophecy shall be fulfilled.
Heavenly principles!
Give up. I do love the sound of that phrase. It would mean finally coming to terms with fate, but also for me to finally be free. Indeed, I've thought about giving up so many times, especially after we almost lost Poisson. Fate is really unreasonable, isn't it? It has no heart and obeys no rules. The prophecy has only just started to come true. And so many people have already lost their lives. But just now, it all became clear to me. I still don't have the right to come to terms with fate on behalf of everyone else. As long as the final moment hasn't come, it's still not too late.
This whole thing with Farina gets me.
Don't worry. I will keep hope alive for everyone until the very end. Well, that's enough for now. I got the impulse to play the stricken maiden, but honestly, considering my rank and station, that wasn't a good fit at all.
Ay vey.
Don't take any of what I just said seriously. How could I possibly let Fontaine fall to the whims of trivial prophecy?
Come on! Paimon could have sworn you were actually being honest just now.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone. A witness. Yes, I've heard that you came to Tevat from beyond the stars, yes. In other words, you never belonged here.
How did she hear that, I wonder?
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you? If that's the case...
Oh! Huh.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes my opening performance. Now, without further ado, we may proceed to the trial of our god.
She didn't actually get to say what it was, though. I feel like... Is that not... Did Lainey spring the trap too early? Like...
So, this is what it is. Yes, you deserve praise for the effort you took to raise the dramatic stakes. Do not forget, however, that I am Focalor, the god of justice, the embodiment of justice itself. Does it not strike you as even the least bit absurd to bring the very concept of justice to trial?
May I interpret these words as your refusal to stand trial? In that case, you will have the opportunity to defend your honor through a duel.
You would draw your blade against a god? I see. It seems like you have made up your mind.
Paimon can't believe it. She just surrendered!
What the heck is going on? Did I just see an Archon surrender to a human?
Wow, how utterly humiliating.
Lady Farina, what is the meaning of this?
I've been saying it from the fucking start. She's not an Archon.
It would seem that there has been a misunderstanding. To be clear, the raising of both hands is not always an indication of surrender.
God, Farina, you are so fake. I have been saying this from the start.
Looking for excuses again, huh?
I raised my hands just now to indicate my acceptance of the trial. No duel shall be necessary.
That's not... Alright.
I will admit, that I've been running away for a long time. I'm sorry, everyone. I was unable to protect the people of Poisson. It is my duty to stand trial for my crimes. You are not the only ones to be disappointed in me. I, too, am exceedingly disappointed in myself. But now, it is time for the Hydro Archon to show you her courage and resolve. I, Farina, will use this trial to show the world the true meaning of justice!
Well, damn, you got me first try. What are you nicknaming me then? I mean, the crowd turned on her in an instant. I don't blame her for having some defensive tactics. I wouldn't blame her if she hasn't been using defensive tactics to master. Jesus Christ. Woo! I would like agree with you if it wasn't for the fact that she hasn't been using defensive tactics since the moment she first appeared in the fucking screen.
This time, I will protect you. Applaud and rejoice! One of the most outrageous and fantastical arcs known to the opera epiclese is now unfolding before your eyes. Mark my words, this shall be one of the most exhilarating and brilliant shows ever to grace the stage of Fontaine! The trial of the Hydro Archon, Focalor, will now begin!
Woohoo! Now we're making history.
I love yeah, fucking pastor, you've nailed it. It's just like, we have put you, Jesus Christ, on trial. Yeah. It's just...
Why does it feel like Farina just took over the whole thing? Like, come on! Didn't she just get forced to stand trial for her crimes? Also, even though she's still acting super dramatic, she is taking this seriously this time, right?
All right, then. Who will be my opponent in this trial?
Alakiner, not us!
Is that so? Very well. Then please speak, witness of Tivat, my accuser and fated opponent.
You know what? She's been saying that from the very start, I suppose, that me and her will have to clash.
Also, please allow me to ask, as a final question before the trial begins.
Uh-huh, what?
Just how much work did you do to force me onto this stage?
Well, we did do a lot of prep after the meeting that day.
I can go over the tasks assigned to the Spina di Rosula, since they were rather straightforward and easy.
Navia, the president of the Spina di Rosula.
Most of the people who participated in the disturbance this morning were my subordinates. They changed into plain clothes and came to the Opera House as regular audience members, waiting for the perfect opportunity to incite insurrection against you.
I love how some of this shit that they're wearing is considered plain clothes.
The people's resentment against their Archon has been building as more and more of the prophecy is fulfilled. A spark was all we needed to turn smoldering anger into a flame. Moreover, according to our understanding and analysis of you, when something like that occurred, you would likely flee the scene and head to Poisson by yourself. So, we arranged for a second group to lie in wait there.
So, you mean, the ones who scoured the settlement for me were also from the Spina?
And their goal was to force you to step into the giant magic box so you may personally participate in the greatest magic performance in all of Fontainian history.
I want to put the fairy bitch in a sandwich. I forgot her name. Paimon. She is emergency food, after all.
That's right. That house was a magic box, rather than someone's residence.
As the super ultimate version of the setup that I used when I first performed at the Opera Epiclese, the volume of the box was increased by a whole order of magnitude, and the distance it traversed was the entire gap between Poisson and Areneas. Its cargo, of course, was an Archon instead of a human. My thanks, Farina. Without your help, we could never have pulled off such an extraordinary performance.
You're welcome?
Of course, this performance was only made possible with Father's support. The House of the Hearth spent a massive amount of labor in Mora to pull this off. We had to select a location, construct the giant magic box, dig a tunnel, and open up a path through the water. It was a lot of work for all of us.
So, in other words, the earthquake that we felt within the giant magic box was just a normal tremor from the transportation of the whole house?
So is this an actual play mixed with an actual court case of sorts? That is the whole, like, gist of Fontaine, yes, Pastor, is that, like, justice comes to be served on a court for entertainment for its people. It's very, very strange. And in this particular case, literally justice. Like, Farina, who's like the Archon of the Hydro Archon. Except she's not! She's not the Hydro Archon. I know she isn't. I've known this ever since she first fucking came on the screen. She's fake as fuck.
That's right. It wasn't a sign of another disaster to come.
Sorry about that.
Then, I can guess Nervous
What is an Archon?
Parts.
Yeah, Tyler, you know how I make the joke of like, God, Asil hasn't even finished Mondstadt yet. I, like, this pasta, but, like, literally. The Archons are, like, the elemental gods. So there's, like, one for each element. And they're also, like, the rulers of their continent. But they're not the most powerful. Like, they're not the top of the they're not the top of the pyramid in terms of the power, if that makes sense. Or like the world boss things, aren't they an enemy? No, the Archons are not enemies. In fact, all of them are playable characters. World bosses are just different enemies that we've had to fight at some point. I have every Archon. Well, Child's the world boss and playable. Okay, Tyler. I haven't played since China was added. Tyler! China was added in the base game, so that means you haven't played at all. China! What? China was added in the base game. It was in release. Yeah. Mondstadt and... that was the furthest in the game I could get. Yeah, Mondstadt and Liwa were the release regions. Oh, Tyler, have you heard that there's a new gacha game out called Wuthering Waves? I'm gonna download it and give it a go. Its combat looks really, really fun. Yeah, so each Archon is like the god and leader of their area, sort of. There's some exceptions. And then all the Archons, there's also like a higher power over the Archons, but we don't know anything about them yet. We know that they're like often referred to as the Heavenly Principles, though.
You gathered a crowd, prepared a stage, stage and made sure that the champion duelist would be immediately ready for a fight.
Is she just using the Iron
that
Sting?
as soon as I appeared on the stage, the trial may commence without a hitch. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
This is the little bard guy who does the windy thing in Archon. Yes, Venti is the Archon of Animo. He's the Animo Archon.
Well, Clorand, I must commend you for your courage. Only the most outstanding champion duelist in all of Fontaine would accept a duel with an Archon without flinching.
Thank you.
As for you, Traveler, I suppose your role was to keep me distracted with conversation once you found me in Poisson.
No, we were actually trying to legitimately get an answer out of you. You dumb bitch. Found them in fish. There's an area literally called Poisson. One moment. Yeah. Hydrate! Fair enough. Yeah, it would be easier if she just fessed up. Maybe she would have, and it's just poorly timed. Maybe. Alright.
You'd make sure that I didn't notice anything amiss before revealing yourself as my prosecutor once we'd arrived onto the stage.
You're too fucking interesting and entertaining. Maybe I'm trying to sleep, but now I just chugged an energy drink so I can stay in chat. God damn it, now I want an energy drink. Ah. No.
Oh?
My mission was to give you one last chance. Yeah, so...
Is that so? Then I suppose I must have missed my final chance.
I'll give you a bit of insight on what we're talking about. Apparently Monster did have a caffeine-free drink, but it discontinued it. Why would you ever? She's hiding something. She's like... So the area that we're in, Fontaine... there's been a prophecy ever since, like, the beginning of the world that the whole fucking place is gonna get flooded and everyone is gonna die except the Archon, who's gonna live perpetually in depression and sin because she let her people die. And Farina, the Archon, and, like, I say that with, like, 16 sets of quotation marks, has been, like, trying to prevent that from happening. I want to drink energy drink without the heart palpitations. Fair enough. And it appears that she has knowledge, but she's not sharing it with anyone. And people are dying because the prophecies started to happen. Like, Poisson was a whole fucking settlement with presumably, like, hundreds of people living in it. And, like, they're just all dead now. Like, because Poisson flooded and everyone died. Gotta just put, like, a thirsty bitch to drink the water. Yeah, she won't tell us the secret that could help with the prophecy, but people are dying.
It's fine. It matters not. What's done is done. The stage is already set, so there's no reason to disappoint the audience. Let's see this trial through to the very end.
Yeah, the only thing we can do is judge the Hydro Archon.
Madam Prosecutor, please allow me to pass this along. This is a document that Miss Charlotte applied for and received permission to share with you during the trial. According to her, it should speed up the proceedings.
Huh? Charlotte wanted to give us something? Oh, so she's here too! Hey, Charlotte!
I'm assuming Farina knows the true Archon.
Isn't this the exclusive interview that she did with us before? So she's already finished it, huh?
But revealing who they are might cause even more fucky shit. I don't know what it'd cause, or even if there is. Like, me saying that Farina's not the real Archon is a guess still. It hasn't been truly revealed. I don't know that for sure. But also, it's like... the amount of hints that they've dropped about that is so overwhelming that it's like... what other conclusion could you come to? Other than some fucky-wucky magic shit that, like, I couldn't have possibly guessed, like, because it's gonna introduce new mechanics. Like, Farina's the Archon, but she locked her powers in a box, and she's stuck the box in her pussy. Like, it could be something that, you know, is magical. But, like, my reasonable logical deduction is that she's just a fucking liar and not the Archon.
Wait, then that means this document is a perfect timeline of everything that's happened ever since we stepped foot in Fontaine!
Her pussy is the Marinara Trench.
So in other words, we can refer to this anthology of evidence every time we want to use something from our journey as evidence for an argument! Let's quickly confirm the information in it. Just think of it as a refresher, alright?
We must.
You defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right. I didn't think that you'd wind up getting to the bottom of the case I'd been following all this time. I guess you could also see this as a happy coincidence. This is the first time Monsieur Neuvillette had a difference of opinion with the Oratrice. Even the Hydro Archon can't figure it out. A Fatui Harbinger. She's an extraordinary person. Her instinct must mean something. The fortress of Meripede was almost destroyed in a single day. That I didn't witness that scene personally will always be a source of professional regret, I think. According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both Child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time. I nearly lost my awesome friend Navia. To be honest, that still gives me shivers. The words of someone as extraordinary as a witch can probably only be truly understood when something surreal happens to you.
Oh boy, alright. You
defeated the Hydro Archon in the very first duel you took part in at the Opera House. That's one for the history books, all right.
Navia is the Archon. This is my bet. Navia would not be the Archon because the Archon would have to be Hydro. Because it's the Hydro Archon. Navia is a Geo character. So... alright, I'll recount all of this. When we first... they had blue, so I assumed. Who had blue? This one? She's mostly black and gold. I guess she has like a couple of little blue gems. But almost her entire outfit is black and gold. Okay. Black and yellow, black and yellow. So, I'll dot point this. We arrive in Fontaine. The first people that we meet is Liney and Lynette, and we go to like a magic show of theirs because they are magicians. And during the magic show, someone dies, and like Liney is accused, but we stand as his defense, and like you know, we prove that he was innocent. But in doing so, we learn that Liney and his sister Lynette and brother Fremine are all members of the House of Hearth, which is a like orphanage mix with a orphanage mix with a like training ground for young members of the Fatui. Child Soldier Factory, yeah. And the Fatui have been the bad guys for the whole game so far. Though the other theory I have is that they're actually going to be the good guys. Like, in the end. Like, the Fatui have tried to blow up multiple continents. They're stealing the Gnosis, which are, like, the most powerful magical artifacts that Archons keep on their bodies. Like, they have some, like, really long-spanning plans that involve, like, that sound like they involve the destruction of the universe or the control of the entire world. But, again, I think that they're good guys and will eventually come to share goals with them. In doing this court case, we sort of start to learn about the serial disappearance of young women case, which has been going on for, like, what, like 20 years or something? We learn that there's like a special kind of seawater called the Primordial Sea, and if someone who is native from Fontaine is doused in it, they literally just evaporate, just like they disappear, right? That's what happened to everyone in Poisson. They didn't like drown like a normal person. You thought Alakina was a good person. I said no. I knew she was a good person from the start. I got that vibe immediately. She's a good person who's also a manipulator. Like, so, like, say what you will, but she's a good person. Yeah, we got a little bit of information on the serial disappearance of young women case. We learned that, like, primordial water is, like, a type of seawater that, like, if Fontainian touches it, they just disappear instantly. But, like, if anyone else touches it, they just get wet, right? And the disappearances of young women case, this fucker's been using primordial seawater to try and poofify lots of young women. He even tried to do it to Navia, but we, like, saved her. The Fontanese people are all wicked witches of the West. Yes! What was Child convicted for, Tyler? Do you remember? At some point, Child was put up for conviction for a crime. I don't remember what it was, though. And I don't know if Child kind of cute. We've known Child for quite a long time. He's another member of... Oh, Child was accused of being behind the serial disappearances. Oh, but he's not. That's weird. Oh, right. Okay, yeah. So, the truth behind the case was this guy. Right? Oh, no. He, Nervalet, is, like, the judge, but the judge isn't actually the one that gets to decide if someone is guilty or not. A machine called the Oratrice, is the one that decides it. Sort of like, it's like a machine that embodies justice without any personal bias. And so, like, we discovered that he was the one behind the serial case of disappearing women, but then, like, we were like, okay, so Child's innocent, right? And then the machine was like, no! And so Child also got convicted. It's just a box with the guy sitting inside. Well, one of the reasons why Liney was doing his magic trick was because it let him be underneath the stage, and he was trying to figure out what the Oratrice Mécanique Denelise Cardinal was. Like, he was actually trying to, like, dig around in that. And it sounded like we could hear some voices from inside it. I remember that detail, by the way, Tyler. A really tiny detail that they've never fucking brought back up is that, you know, in that little tunnel line he had underneath the stage, we found a vent to the room underneath the Oratrice. And there were, like, voices coming from it, so I don't know. But yeah, the Oratrice said that Child was guilty, and this was the first time in all of Fontainian history that the Oratrice and Nervalet, the human judge, were not the same, and the Oratrice gets the final say. So Child was sent to the Fortress of Meripede, which is like if Alcatraz was underwater, My favorite part of the trial was an audio minimum. Yeah. Like, no, he didn't. He wasn't behind the serial disappearances of young women case. But how many people has he killed? Like... And then we meet with the Knave. She's another member of the Harbingers, which are the leaders of the Fatui. The Knave is also the orphans house, the House of the Hearth, like, orphanage matron. Or patron, because the Knave uses she/her pronouns, but she also uses father as a pronoun. Like, all of the kids refer to her as father. So there's that. Yeah, so this is one of the things. The Knave believes that Farina is not the Archon. And in fact that she's actually inflicted with a curse of some sort. Yeah, you meet Child all the way at Liyue, and you've known him for that long, yeah. Then we decide to go to the Fortress of Meripede. And we get accused of a fake crime. We go to the Fortress of Meripede, so that we can investigate Child there. And, one of the things that happens while we're investigating there is a huge outbreak of that primordial sea attempts to, like, swoosh up through the Fortress of Meripede and, like, kill everyone in there. So Poisson isn't even the first, like, disaster. It's, like, the second one. But Nervalet is there to stop it, because he's extremely powerful. In fact, he's so powerful... Oh, Ferret got an ad. Okay, I'm gonna wait. Ba 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 da 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 da. Alright. Add over, I can hear again. Yeah, I'll get there, Tyler. But yeah, Nervalet is the primordial sea outbreak that happens in Meripede gets stopped by Nervalet, and he's extremely powerful. And one of the things we learn as well around this time, I don't remember if it's exactly this time, but around this time, is that Nervalet is the human incarnation or the human form of the Hydro Dragon. In addition to way earlier, fair. In addition to every single Archon, every single element having like an Archon, every single Archon also has like a pet dragon, more or less. I don't know if they're like pets, that's probably derivative, but it's like every Archon basically has like a dragon as well. So like Venti has Dvalin, and yeah, and Dvalin was like cursed. And in doing Venti's story stuff, you free Dvalin. And Zhongli has Ajdahar, but you don't learn about Ajdahar in the main story. You can only learn about him in side quests. A dragon dying or being killed. No, that dragon, Liwa's dragon, that was actually about Zhongli. Like, that dragon was Zhongli, but he wasn't. Yeah, the dragon was Rex Lapis, which is Zhongli. Raiden Shogun, what's her dragon, Tyler? Did I miss that? Is it the big dead skeleton? Didn't Raiden kill that dragon? That was a snake. That wasn't a dragon. Where's Raiden's dragon? Yeah, Leo's just unique and just... Now it was the Thunderbird, I think? Yeah, fair enough. And then... Orobashi. And then, yeah, so on and so forth. Every single Archon has a dragon. But in his case, he's like human incarnation so that he can live amongst the people. but it's also it also means that Nervalay has no idea how to read people, and even though I know that means he's a dragon, it also comes off as very autistic, so Nervalay is my favorite character in the whole game because of that. He's really, really good autism. He's an autism creature. Literally an autism creature. I love him because he's a dragon, I love him because he's autistic, I love him because he's literally the most powerful character in the whole game that you can play as so far. Like, they've done the tests, Tyler. He outputs the highest DPS. Like, he is the most powerful. Autistic dragon, yeah. If he gets a rerun again sometime later and I don't have anyone else I'm saving for, I'm getting his C1, so I don't have to build him with a shielder. I already love an autistic dragon. Farah, that's gay. Huh. Zhongli's also pretty autistic, just more social. Yeah, he's my kind of autism. Like, I love Nervalay because I love him as like an autism creature, but like I don't have the same level of autism as him, right? Like I have no problem being social. This one I don't remember the details, so I'm just gonna read it verbatim. At some point, we saw a child floating in the sea in a dream, as well as an incredibly massive whale. What does Charlotte say?
According to Monsieur Neuvillette, both child and that whale should have been in the primordial sea at that time.
Cool. Much more recently, the whale is the Archon. Maybe. Much more recently, while we were exploring the ruins near Poisson, Navia nearly falls into, like, she does fall into the seawater, and she doesn't immediately turn into goop, because all the people Spina de Rosula lived in Poisson, so like that was her area, and one of her beloved like 2 fucking members of the Turks passed away in that, and like they protected her so that she didn't get goopified. And then finally, oh my god, how do I explain this one? Way more powerful and also way more distant than all the normal members of society in Tevat is a member of a circle of witches literally known as the Hexen Circle. H-E-X-E... Tyler, you can fucking spell it. If you remember Mona, her master is a member of the Hexen Circle. If you remember Klee, her mother is a member of the Hexen Circle. And I think there's a couple of other characters that have been mentioned offhand that are. One of them is N. Literally just called N. And N is also an extremely powerful seer. And when we asked her if the prophecy is going to happen, the author of the Boar Princess, sure. When we asked her if the prophecy is going to happen, you know, that prophecy of the water rising and killing all the Fontanians? Albedo's creator, Rhindaughter? Okay. When we asked her if the prophecy is going to happen, she was like, yes, it absolutely 100% is. But don't give up hope. Are we good? Did I miss anything, Tyler? The whale is the Archon. Save Tyler. I'm assuming dissolved people don't actually die. No, they die. Yeah, they are dead. They are full on dead. Well, actually, I don't know. For what it's worth, I've always had the suspicion that they're not actually fully dead. But I guess it's if Tyler's saying so, because Tyler's finished the story. So I guess if Tyler's saying that the dissolved people are dead, then I suppose the dissolved people are dead. Okay, TY Tyler. I want fast food. But I don't have the money for fast food. I'm gonna do it anyway, though. Yeah, that's why Marcel was, making young women disappear. Don't buy stuff you can't afford. Don't tell me what to do, Mom! It's the most basic principle of financial literacy. Listen. I want Subway. Aretha, let me send you cash so it's like I bought it for you. No, Pastor, you don't have to do that. Tip me at my Ko-Fi. Don't let him go broke. Don't have to. You don't have to. Does Ko-Fi go straight to him? Yes. Oh man, the buy one get one free isn't for footlongs. It's only for halves. That's lame. I don't want 6 inches. I want a foot long. And I want that much food as well. Bazinga! Can't believe I just said bazinga. I heard that Red Lobster is declaring bankruptcy. Really? Like Australian Red Lobster? Red Lobster closing? Oh, no, Red Lobster's not Australian. I always get mixed up between Red Lobster and Red Rooster. Oh my god, why is this being so weird? Alright, I'm gonna... Ah!
The prosecution and the defense are both in position.
You are...
The trial shall now begin.
You are insane. You actually didn't. Oh, how much did you fucking send? Send you an email with your code. I haven't logged into Ko-Fi in 6 billion years!
Oh, come on, nervy lads. There's no need to repeat all the unimportant legalese. Just fast forward to the part where the prosecution lays out my offenses. as the defendant and the lead actress of this performance, I still haven't even been informed of my supposed guilt in all of this. Of course, it is only natural for humans to struggle to understand the actions of a god. However, you will need more than that to convict me of a crime.
You're insane.
That's true. But my charge here is unrelated to your conduct as an Archon.
Whoa! 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 She's talking! She said words! With her mouth? She's finally talking! It's been 5.5 expansions, boys, but she's finally talking! Oh my god! Oh no!
Instead, I would like to charge you as a fraud who's never been the Archon in the first place.
Wait, what was that? Lady Farina's a fraud?
Hey, I came here thinking that we were going to try the Hydro Archon for forsaking our duty, but did I hear that right? She's not our Archon at all?
Charge accepted. Lady Farina, do you plead guilty to the charge? Lady Farina.
I plead not guilty. How can I be guilty? There is no way that I, Focalor, otherwise known as Farina de Fontaine, a member of the Seven and the Regina of all waters, kindreds, peoples, and laws of Fontaine, could be anything other than your true Archon.
Yeah, even though Lady Farina can be rather eccentric, isn't it going too far to doubt her very identity?
Yeah, I've never questioned her identity either. Sure, Lady Farina can be super irresponsible, but what grounds does that prosecutor have to make such a huge claim?
Farina, I believe in you.
I have cause to believe that common sense will prevail in this case. Many of the members of the audience have known me as the Hydro Archon ever since they were born. There would be no fooling their memory. See? Even the Oratrice has decided to show me
We are
its
behind
favor.
you, Farina.
Are you sure you want to commit to a charge that will never be upheld? If you wish to drop the case, I can promise you as the god of justice that you will not have to face trial for making a false accusation. We will treat everything that's happened as
Pasta!
practical and move on with our lives. What do you say to that?
Huh. An argument with near impossible odds, huh? We have to not only refute Farina's claims, but also overturn the long-held beliefs of the people.
Well,
No.
I tried to give you the chance to surrender. If you must persist, then let me ask. If you believe I'm not the Archon, then what manner of being do you think I am?
Human!
And if I was not the Archon, then how did I manage to live for over 500 years?
Cursed.
Master Urethra is best dragon.
The meeting with the knave.
First of all, you may be a member of another long-lived race, which would allow you to naturally possess an extended lifespan. And second of all, even if that wasn't the case, there could be other ways to extend your life.
Oh.
Who gave you that idea? Was it the knave? You'd sink so low as to use a harbinger's words against me.
Doesn't matter.
A curse? I once thought it possible that the aura of an Archon might naturally resemble a type of curse. But in light of this claim, perhaps what I sensed was not your divinity, but a curse after all.
Neverlet sensed it too, huh?
Instead of Archon, you're just a cursed human.
Lady Farina is actually a human?
Well, it is true that it's extremely difficult to tell humans and gods apart just by looking at them. It's not impossible.
That's the Oratrice, by the way.
Well, don't start celebrating too early now. Even if I have been carrying a curse like you said, how does that prove that I am merely a human being? Besides, everyone knows that the main difference between a human and a god is the possession of authority. Gods can do what humans cannot. That's why they're worshipped as gods. For centuries, manifestations of my authority have served the nation of Fontaine.
God damn it,
One need
Circus.
only to turn their eyes towards the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal in this very opera house, or consider the endemnitium that is used in every aspect of life.
Can't wait to drink this delicious Diet Cock. I mean Diet Cock. I mean Diet Cock. I mean.
Fucking hell, guys. Is this really the time? I wanted to hear the little Dirk say it. Yes. He's a kobold. He's not a dragon. Don't bully our child. Alright, sorry. That would be child's conviction.
Yep.
You tried to reference the Oratrice, but weren't you as confused as all the rest of us when the Oratrice declared child to be guilty without any proof? Otherwise, you should have come up with a good explanation for that by now.
Didn't I make myself clear at the time? The decisions of the gods are naturally difficult for humans to comprehend. There is no need to provide an explanation.
There's a need to provide an explanation
Lady
now.
I believe a reminder of your current circumstances is in order. While the court is in session, the principles of justice and the law must come before all else. While you are an Archon, you are also first and foremost the defendant in this trial. You will prove yourself unable to defend against the prosecution's charges if you continue to withhold vital information against the rules of the court.
I never thought you'd use that kind of rhetoric against me.
That was no trick of rhetoric, Lady Farina. I've merely reiterated the rules of the court. Rules that all should respect and follow.
So, you neither knew why Child was declared guilty, nor did you understand the structure and operations of the Oratrice. Instead of having been created by you, the manifestations of authority you mentioned have been made by the real Hydro Archon, haven't they?
By the way, what the hell is happening? Oh, god damn it, now I have to explain it all again. Okay, Archons are... I'm kidding.
The real Hydro Archon. Well, now you're really losing me. It is true that I did not know why the Oratrice gave out a guilty verdict that day. But the Oratrice handed out that verdict unilaterally, and it has been operating independently ever since it was first created. You can't argue that just because a divine creation is flawed, that the god behind it must also be no god at all.
She's still throwing out all kinds of excuses. Seems like she's confident that we won't be able to produce proof that she has no power over the Oratrice.
Alright.
My power as an Archon. There are many ordinary citizens in the audience. How can I just carelessly demonstrate the formidable power of an Archon?
If that poses a concern, I'm prepared to extend my protection to the audience.
You don't need to go that far.
Surely an Archon can at least match the capabilities of a human with a vision.
Aren't you the Hydro Archon? Or is it that you can't even wield the power of Hydro, much less the authority of a god?
Oh, well, okay, so she can wield Hydro. She's on my team. Oh, I can check this anytime. That's cool. she's like the best buffer in the game. Like, what?
Indemnitium! Yes! It's all because of
I'm a
Indemnitium!
bun, I'm a bun, I'm a tasty, tasty bun, to be baked and kneaded. Oh, how fun. You can have me with breakfast, you can me with brunch, you can have me with your dinner, you can have me with your lunch. I'm a bun, I'm a bun, I'm a tasty, tasty bun, to be baked and to be kneaded. Oh, how fun.
Circus. This is an extremely... I'm gonna fucking ban the shit out of you. I'm not, but I'm gonna. This is like a high tension point of the fucking... the game. For the love of fucking Christ. Circus, I will personally murder you. Like, you know what? I'm gonna get up right now and beat the shit out of you in my shower. I will. I will find you. I don't care if you're small. I will find you and I will squash you. I've been trying to get him to play this mission for so long.
Thus did I give up all of my divine power to provide everyone with energy for their daily lives. Have you ever seen a more magnanimous god?
Okay, don't kill me. What's a vision? The little glowy gemstone that's on almost every... I've become one with the shower. That's on almost every playable character. It's what gives them their powers. But the Traveler doesn't have it because they're an alien. And Archons have one, but that's not where they get their powers, and they're just holding it to look like an Archon. Except some of the Archons are very, like... They're not trying to hide that they're an Archon at all. So, like, Raiden Shogun doesn't have one because she's like, yes, I am the Lightning Archon, you will bow to me. Whereas Zhongli is like, I am just a normal person, hee hee hoo hoo, this is my Geo, this is my Geo vision, which is where I get my Geo powers from, hee hee hoo hoo. But yes, so like, Focalor, which is Furina's proper name, would fall under the category of someone who doesn't need to have a vision on, because she's very obvious about her Archonhood. But, can aliens have tummy aches? Most likely. Okay.
Isn't that a huge stretch?
Yeah, no matter how generous an Archon can be, how could they give up all their power? Can a god with no power even still be called a god?
Uh-oh.
It seems like nobody's buying Furina's excuse.
Hey, come now, everyone. Please don't stare at me as if I was a liar. I'm still the same Furina you knew, right? The one that you loved. Shouldn't you want to believe in me? Please? You've got to believe me.
If what the prosecutor said is true, she really has committed a grave offense.
Did she deceive all of us? And all of our parents and grandparents too? And all of our ancestors? Ever since they were born?
Enough. That's enough. Tell me then, if I'm not the real Hydro Archon, then who is?
Oh, this is the part I've been waiting for fucking 6 patches for. This is it. Alright, let's think. I don't think Nervalay is the real Archon because he's self-admitted to being the dragon. It's like, why would you admit to one crazy thing to lie about another crazy thing, right? We've heard voices under the oratories. I'm still holding on to that. What if... He's too autistic to lie, yeah. What if... Is Naval Child Hydro? Child is Hydro, but Child... It's probably someone... Shut up, Circus. Child is Hydro, but we know for a fact he's not the Archon. Liney described the voice in the oratories as female. Yeah. Child was chilling with the whale. Yeah, no, that's where I'm getting with this, Tyler. I'm contributing with the limited knowledge at my disposal. I think, Tyler, that the previous Hydro Archon isn't dead. And that's why there hasn't been a quote-unquote new Hydro Archon. Like, because that only gets given to a new person when the previous one dies, right? I think that she's like... I think she's the one inside... I think she's the Oratrice. I think the current Hydro Archon is the Oratrice. Whether it's, like, a machine being, like, held together by her soul, or whether she's actually literally, physically still alive inside the machine, I don't know. Why do you think Farina is lying? That I don't know. Well, okay, so Farina's lying about being an Archon because I bet she's been tasked with the goal of preventing the prophecy, and being an Archon makes you harder to target, right? Like, I don't think anyone would have dared raised their sword at Farina before now, because, like, would you raise your sword at Raiden Shogun, right? She'd blink and you'd be fucking electrocuted to death, right? And if Farina is to command the same respect as an Archon, she might as well be an Archon. I think that the previous Archon gave her the task of fixing the prophecy and the curse of the eternal life to be able to do so. And Farina decided to take the role of the Archon as well. Maybe also to give people hope, because an Archon is there to give people hope. Ah! Nah, get fucked. I was already caught today, anyway. Farina's eyes are badass.
If you have no evidence of another Hydro Archon's existence, nor can you find anyone who can back up their claim to be such, then what grounds have you to say that I'm not actually the real deal?
Also, can I just say, this is doing the Danganronpa thing, where we, like, prove 7/8 of the crime, and then the person will be like, yeah, but this other 1/8 isn't real, so that means I didn't do it! Like... You know, I don't fucking know. Like, I don't know why the sword wasn't left at the scene of the crime, but the person saw you, they saw you... Yeah. I like how our mouth stops animating halfway through the sentence. Yeah, almost all the conversations in Genshin happen telepathically.
Wow, she came up with yet another argument. How can we refute her now?
11037, what could it mean?
Doesn't want to give up.
Yeah. Fuck, I can't do digital minesweeper in my head. I guess I'm the one that committed the crime. Well, I don't know which one of these... Tyler, do you mind giving me a hint which one of these I should pick? I know I could just pick them all. Wait. Oh, it's giving me which ones are relevant. Okay, that is actually a hint. Did the game become Ace Attorney? No, it became Danganronpa. There's a big difference between gods and humans. The amount of power it might take to stop something, say the Primordial Sea.
That doesn't sound right.
Cool. That and something else? How long they live? Well, no, not if you're cursed. Power and also mortality. Right, but which one of these says that?
has been established that all Fontanians can dissolve in water from the primordial sea. And that means...
Since you insist on claiming to be a god and not a human, then there's a method that you can use right here and now to eliminate all suspicions of you being the latter.
Miss Navia, please apply to serve as a temporary attorney for the prosecution before addressing the court. Though you act in partnership with the prosecutor, you must still adhere to proper procedure.
Thanks, Tyler.
Super sorry, Monsieur Chief Justice. I swear this really will be the last time that I'll speak out of turn. Now, I've brought some seawater from Poisson. As everyone knows, a massive flood struck the area not long ago, taking many lives, including those of some of my closest friends. So, Miss Farina, would you dare to touch some of this seawater? If we are to believe that you are indeed the real Hydro Archon, touching this seawater would have no effect on you. All it should do is strengthen your case. But if you don't dare to touch it, then we would have basically proved the reverse. Oh, and I must remind you that after the disaster at Poisson, nobody wants to see any more people dissolve. I do hope you'll act prudently and choose the simpler path of admitting guilt.
The seawater is just already prepared. Munch, munch. Wait, pause here, Aretha. Why? I bet she'll touch the seawater. And I bet that she won't dissolve. Because I bet she's not even fucking because I bet she's not even Fontanian. I'm calling it now.
Navia from the Spina di Rasula. The Spina has governed Poisson for many years. I guess her suggestion is valid.
This bitch a faker.
If Lady Farina is indeed just a human, she's probably Fontanian like all the rest of us. Would she really dare to try?
Lady Farina, this test has been unilaterally proposed by the prosecution. As it falls outside the realm of standard court proceedings, you possess the right to decline participation.
Well, of course he had to tell her that. But refusing to participate is basic.
She's just staring at the water without saying a single word. It really does seem like she's quite terrified of it. That could only mean...
What's going on? Is she really planning to... That's not what we thought she would...
Due to the inherent risk of the test, Lady Farina, you may...
Hey!
Yeah.
I'm fine! Look at me, everyone! My hand is still here! I haven't been dissolved! Will you believe me now? I really am your Archon! I'm nothing like a normal human who would fall apart as soon as they touch this water! Really? Was this not the most obvious thing in the world?
Yeah, I wonder.
Miss Siegewin? If you're present, Miss Siegewin, please come forward and attend to the defendant.
Siegewin? Don't be nervous. It'll just take a few seconds. That should be enough.
Please announce the results of your evaluation to the court, Miss Siegewin.
As everyone doubtlessly saw, Miss Farina was displaying symptoms of hyperventilation and flushed skin. These indicate that she was experiencing the adverse effects of exposure to primordial seawater. The extent to which she was affected is the same as other humans when exposed to primordial seawater of a similar concentration.
We fucking... Why would she stick her hands in there if she thought it was pure seawater? It's not pure seawater. That's what happened. Like, the ferrets, to sort of state the obvious here, the rate at which you become dissolved is also directly correlated to the rate to the amount of the seawater that is the primordial seawater. So, like, if, you know, if you touch, like, a concoction that's, like, 1% seawater and 99% normal seawater, like, you wouldn't immediately just, like, it would just, like, fuck you up a little bit, like it was to her. So, like, but why did they put... I guess maybe in case she did it and then she fucking dissolved in front of everyone? Whatever goal she means to achieve through this lie is more important than her own life. Yeah. But seeing as life is over, she may as well gamble. Man, if that's the case, Pastor, then... Oh, hold on. Ah, fuck you. One of those sneezes that didn't happen. Then, both Genshin and Honkai be doing the same story beats.
Thank you, Miss Siegeween. Lady Farina, you may return to the defendant's stand.
Oh, wait. What did she just say? I didn't get dissolved. Shouldn't that be enough to prove my innocence?
Well, considering your tendency to run from your problems, we did originally prepare a direct sample of the seawater around Poisson. However, after extensive discussion, we exchanged it for a sample that is not concentrated enough to dissolve an actual human. After all, on the off chance that something entirely unexpected might occur...
Like someone, like her sticking her fucking hand in it.
We don't want anyone else to lose their life to the sea.
Yeah, so out of regard for Farina's life, you secured a low-concentration sample and asked the head nurse to serve as an expert witness. It's a great thing that the direct sample wasn't actually used. Farina could have...
I can't believe... You...
What's really go... Yeah, see, that's Yeah.
Listen to me, everyone. Please don't give me such cold and disdainful looks. What happened just now didn't prove a single thing. Think about it. How can you conclusively prove that an Archon can't also be affected by the primordial seawater? Also, if I was really just a human, why would I dare to just put my hand in that kind of water?
She is right about both of those things.
Please, everyone, anyone, just listen to me. I swear, I really am your Archon.
She sounds so desperate at poor baby. You can't be on her side. I'm not on her side. Fuck Farina. How scared would she be if people would people be if she just melted? It'd be kind of funny, honestly.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway anyone. The odds are just too stacked against her now.
I believe in you,
all
Farina.
the things that have been said, Paimon doesn't think there's any way left for Farina to win.
I believe the time for arguments and presentation of evidence has come to an end.
Ugh.
If there are no objections, we will move on to the final judgment.
Nervale's eyes are so fucking pretty. Like, that chromatic silver blue, like, ugh. What if the Archon just got stuck inside a human body after a curse and lost everything? I don't know.
I don't think anything she says at this point will sway her. She's too stacked against her now.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
In my capacity as Chief Justice, I shall now render judgment on Farina's misrepresentation of herself as the Archon of Fontaine. As a human who knowingly deceived her fellow citizens, Farina is Guilty.
Fucking that Danganronpa ass fucking JPEG screen crack. What the fuck?
We shall now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges.
No! It's not! This is not the time!
I've seen up close and personal. I know who you are. I know what I am now going to target
you. Stop!
Oof.
What the fuck, you got?
Bruh.
Bruh. Oh, now I'm crying, but from laughter. Oh my fucking god. Oh, don't goop on me. Oh. God damn it. Alright, everyone focus again. Calm down. Too late, get gooped. We're not done yet. Yeah, the Oratrice could go the other way. I think so too. I'm sorry, that looks like the...
According to the judgment
of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale,
Furina is...
Yeah, that's a gacha pull animation for Honkai. Alright, I'm gonna do something real quick. Give me a second. How do I... I'm gonna start a prediction for y'all. No, I started the prediction. Whoa, 160 points! Oh man, that went by really quick. I spent all my points on the gay party. Yeah, it was what the Oratrice is gonna say. That went by too quick. That sucks. Ah! I think I can cancel it, right? And then do it again. Delete. Delete and return points. Yeah. Streaming! I know you already did. Can you buy me some energy drinks? I'm gonna set it to 2 minutes. There we go. You have 2 minutes to predict. I'm gonna sit here in silence while that happens. Whoa! Someone put a lot of fucking points in guilty. You'll get a fucking payday. Brayden! Where are you? You better be right, innocent voter, yeah. If I give you money, can you go down to the servo and buy me energy drinks? Want some gosh dang energy drinks. I sent you $14 because it's like 2 for $7. You basically know all the flavors I like. Energy dink. Alright, are we ready for the... Are we ready?
Well, what's wrong? What's the Oratrice's verdict?
No. The Oratrice also displays a guilty verdict.
Oh, no! It's a blue one. He really just gasped to troll everyone. Damn. What a little fucker.
Isn't that correct then?
However, the exact wording of the verdict is thus. The Hydro Archon. Guilty.
What?
To be punished via the death sentence.
What?
The death sentence?
That's actually one of the available sentences? I've always thought that it was just a myth.
The one and only time the death sentence has been handed out at the court, and it's been given to the very person we've worshipped as the god of justice? What an unexpected twist.
Furina's been sentenced to death by the Oratrice? We just wanted to use the trial to show her the seriousness of things so she'd tell us the truth.
Also, it said the Hydro Archon, yes.
This quickly.
This outcome is indeed quite strange. According to Fontaine's current definitions of justice, as well as his recommendations for criminal sentences, is this sentence really appropriate for the crimes that have been committed?
Yeah, even Vacher wasn't sentenced to death by the Oratrice. You know, the real evil mastermind behind the serial disappearances case.
Okay, Monokuma.
Indeed. Not only is Furina's sentence overly excessive, the very point of our trial today was also to prove that Furina has never been the Hydro Archon in the first place. But now, the Oratrice seems to have deliberately invoked the title of the Hydro Archon. What?
Are we gonna carry out the death sentence, though? Like...
Excuse me, if I may interrupt.
Like the Oratrice says she's gonna die, but like, surely we could just be like, lol, nah. Like, who's gonna do it? I want the punt Paimon. Get in line.
Is the trial still going?
Fremine, You finally made it. I assume this means you've completed your mission?
Huh.
Mm-hmm. Any mission Father assigns to me will always be top priority.
I got a gun. No girls gotta die.
Is that the first prophecy slate?
Oh my god!
Huh. So the knave privately arranged for Fremine to try and find the missing slate.
I looked everywhere and finally found it at the bottom of the sea. It took me a long time to get around some dangerous stretches of water. But has the trial already concluded? Then doesn't that mean I've come too late? Oh no. Father will be disappointed in me.
Don't worry, the mystery hasn't been resolved yet.
Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Fremine. Please allow me to review the record left on the slate. Traveler, I believe that you have already seen the other existing slates, and would like you to come here and confirm their contents.
Huh? So what do you see? What is it?
Maybe Farina was the Archon, yeah. The Hydra Archon releasing a divine power, turning the Oceanids into human beings.
I believe I have now made sense of the Hydra Archon's crime. It has to do with Fontaine's lost history.
Huh? Isn't the Hydra Archon just guilty of deceiving her people? Oh, wait, no, that's Farina, and we've already proven that she's not the Hydra Archon. So when you say Hydra Archon, do you mean the real Hydra Archon we've been kinda talking about?
In truth, everything that you've encountered in Fontaine up until this point can be traced back to the contents of these stone slates. However, I'm uncertain as to how much sense they currently make to you.
Okay, let's try to recall the contents of the other 3 stone slates. Paimon will do her best to help you remember.
Yeah, okay.
The first stone slate describes what you just said. It seems to show the previous Hydra Archon using her divine power, and then the Oceanids turn into humans.
Oceanids, you're pronouncing it wrong.
Does that mean that Fontanians are transformed Oceanids? Oh, Paimon wasn't expecting that. But if Oceanids can turn into humans, then perhaps this process can be reversed as well.
See, I told you they weren't fucking dying. Tyler. Also, Circus, you need to stop leaving your goddamn pillows all over important places in the world. You just left one in this fucking hypothetical space. Nah, they dead. Shut up, Asil. Good night, Circus. They're hella dead. Both of you shut up.
The second stone slate shows Celestia floating in the sky, and the Hydra Archon and her people worshipping it together. But the heavens still brought judgment down upon them. This must be the point when the Hydro Archon and the Fontanians were branded with their original sin. Does this mean that the original sin and the Hydro
They be hella dead. Okay, you get to shut up as well.
The third slate shows the Hydro Archon sinking into the sea surrounded by many people. Huh. That reminds Paimon, didn't we also watch that happen to someone else? Well, the fourth slate is the prophecy the Fontanians have been talking about. People dissolving into the sea, the Hydro Archon crying on her throne, and so on. We didn't believe that such a crazy disaster could happen at first, did we? But after that incident, it was just a question of when and not if.
So we gotta put these in the right order, right? Shush no horny, he's been doing the quest I've been trying to get him to do. What happens if I click verify truth? I am... Okay. Form a Hydra Archon using divine power to turn oceans into people.
That doesn't sound quite...
Can you give me hints, Tyler? Because obviously this is dumb. Thank you, hon. Zolver and Water... Sorry, but people haven't we seen that? Probably, I don't remember. Navia is the third one. That makes sense.
Not as simple as falling into the sea. When Navia fell into the sea, her consciousness was subjected to judgment. The stone slates show the people gathered around the Hydro Archon in the sea. Could that be alluding to the same thing?
How is the ocean a sea? Wouldn't know. Subjected to judgment. Subjected to judgment. That's an interesting wording that she used. Does that mean people... No, it would kill anyone, good or bad, right? Otherwise there'd be people left alive at Poisson. And yeah, I suppose the fourth one being this makes sense.
That doesn't sound quite...
Or not. Navi described as a trial. Yeah, but what about everyone else in Poisson? Like, did they all go through a trial and fail? Like... Oh.
That doesn't sound...
Ah! What's... Give me a hint about one. I hate this. Give me a hint about this one. I don't want to just guess randomly. Because I could just sit here and go, That's not fun. You're right.
We know from the case of the serial disappearances of young women that Fontanians can be dissolved in primordial seawater. And the first stone slate tells us that long ago, the Hydro Archon used her power to turn Oceanids into humans. This might be the reason that Fontanians can dissolve.
Yep, you're right. Celestia in the sky and the Hydro Archon are the people worshipping, but the heavens still brought judgment down on them. You're a judgment. Alright, I fucking... I suppose that's not just because his face is judgment. That's not... Oh, judged him as guilty even though he didn't know why. I already did get death penalty for the last one, it's not. Okay.
Perhaps what is about to take place has all happened before. The true sin of the Hydro Archon that Nervilette mentioned, and the original sin cast down on the people of Fontaine by Celestia as recorded on the stone slates.
Okay. Seeing that is identical to the described prophecy, Fontaines will eventually be dissolved, and the Hydro Archon will sit alone on the throne. Alright, yeah, whatever.
The prophecy from the stone slates found its way into society, but not many people believed it at first. The fortress of Meropide was nearly flooded with primordial seawater, which we know can cause Fontainians to dissolve. If we hadn't dealt with it in time, things could have gone very badly.
They'll dissolve into the primordial sea but won't cease to exist. Their essence will flow in the seawater, converge, and take the form of an oceanid.
See, I was right!
The Hydro Archon was sentenced to death in court, shocking everyone present. Perhaps this means that her sin was actually Fontaine's original sin. Navia fell into the water inside those ruins, and she nearly dissolved. She was surrounded by the people of Poisson in a court within her consciousness, and was forced to take part in a trial meant to make her stay.
Oh, it was literally a trial. That's right.
It was the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass no matter what. The stone slate's contents can all be verified by recent events. If we combine what we know together, loads of truths should come to light.
So maybe every person who got put in the water did go through a trial, and the only reason why Navia made it out was because that she had such a strong conviction. And friends on the inside.
Now, so that's how you can make sense.
It's the fucking water rapture.
But then it feels like we're going to have to share some truly shocking revelations.
Let's hear them.
Incredible. Linny, did you hear that?
We're not real humans.
We're characters in a video game?
All Fontainians were originally created by the late previous Hydro Archon, with oceanids as their basis. The evidence for that can be found in how only Fontainians could dissolve in primordial seawater, and how all the girls Vacher dissolved were also turned into oceanids. Oh, and according to Navia, when she was about to get dissolved, she also saw everyone gathered around for a trial, all of them in the shape of oceanids.
Indeed.
Yes, please. Just hit a button to stop the recording for some reason. Why did it do that? Stupid fucking... Alright, I'm gonna have to mesh this as two fucking VODs. God... fucking dang it.
Yeah, and it follows from the content of the first slate that she probably angered Celestia by creating humans without prior permission. That could also explain why the Oratrice judged the Hydro Archon to be guilty. It's to account for that ancient sin.
The Hydro Archon's true sin was creating us?
And yet, after many hundreds of years, the Hydro Archon's creations have turned around to try to judge the Archon within the Opera Epiclese. The twists of history are often the most unexpected of all.
Yeah, isn't the image here just like when Navia fell into the sea? So wouldn't it be trying to show the image of the Hydro Archon also falling into the sea once the prophecy has been fulfilled in the fourth slate? In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away. Did Paimon get all that right?
You've made some keen deductions. I must say, given how much you still don't know, It is impressive that you've already managed to connect so many pieces of the truth.
How much we still don't know.
However, while you were able to decode all the information on the slates, they've also been etched with an additional layer of hidden information using a different power source.
Oh, of course they have.
When we were at the ruins, I tried to decipher the hidden information recorded in the slates. But since we only had 3 slates at the time, I was unable to come to a full conclusion. Now that the slate collection is complete, I shall make another attempt to decipher the narrative recorded within. If everything goes well, we should finally be informed of the unadulterated truth.
Is Paimon secretly smart? I don't think she's secretly smart. I think she is smart.
Well? Did you get it?
I believe I should share this truth not only with you, but with all the people of Fontaine as well. Your hypotheses regarding the origin of Fontanians and the sin of the Hydro Archon were both correct. In the Fontaine of old, the previous Hydro Archon sensed the yearning of her Oceanid familiars for life on land. The Oceanids were enamored with the beauty and romanticism of human beings, and wishing to have those experiences for themselves, expressed to the Hydro Archon their desire to become of a similar kind. However, even though water as an element is intricately linked with the power of life, the Hydro Archon, as one of the 7, did not possess the authority to create a new form of human life. Not one to give in, she eventually found a way to create permanent humanoid bodies for her familiars by appropriating the power of this planet's primordial sea. She poured primordial seawater into the Oceanid's blood vessels, creating humanoid mimics in the process. But if Fontanians were to ever come into direct contact with water from the primordial sea, the power within their bodies would escape these artificial restraints and return to the sea. As a result, their forms would collapse, and they would be reverted to their original forms as Oceanids. Of course, the Hydro Archon never received permission from the heavenly principles to create a new human race. And thus, the Hydro Archon and all of her creations came to shoulder the original sin of appropriating the power of the primordial sea. That is the true history of how the people of Fontaine first came into being.
So we were all Oceanids before we turned into human beings?
Well, I don't know about you. You're a baby. Are you the baby of an Oceanid? Like, that was 500 years ago, and this is now. Like, y'all having freaky Oceanid sex in your human bodies and making Oceanid human babies? Thank you. More than 500 years.
That's way too much information for me. I think I'm just going to pretend that I never heard a single thing.
Valid.
Wait, but if that's the truth, we can't let the Hydro Archon be sentenced to death. After all, her only sin was creating us.
This really might be too much information for your regular Fontanian, but it does answer a lot of our questions.
Alas, your hypothesis regarding the 3rd and 4th stone slates was inaccurate. The slate's respective positions are, in fact, correct.
What is the 3rd slate supposed to represent?
A key point of the visual on the 3rd slate is how all the individuals depicted in the water are humans rather than Oceanids. They have not been dissolved, which implies that the water depicted in this slate is not water from the primordial sea. The nation of Fontaine is the nation of Hydro, as well as the nation of Trials and Justice. Instead of being the literal element, the water in the scene symbolizes judgment.
Look at his eyes!
You may also recall Navia's experience. When she fell into the sea, her consciousness was surrounded by that of many others who intended to hold a trial to determine her fate. Therefore, the meaning of the 3rd slate is that the people of Fontaine shall try the Hydro Archon at the Court of Justice.
3 exclamation points!
It refers to our present situation.
I think I'm following now. So, what you're saying is, even though we decided to put on this trial to avoid fulfilling the prophecy,
they fulfilled it!
Everything we've done has happened exactly as the prophecy foretold. So now, it seems, we're the ones making sure it comes true.
What should we do?
Damn.
No matter what, the prophecy will be fulfilled. Is this what it feels like to be a prisoner of fate?
If that's the case, does that mean the scene in the fourth slate will also be fulfilled soon?
Traveler, I would like to point out another small fallacy in your deductions.
You're gay.
About the fourth slate. You probably thought that the eruption of primordial seawater beneath the fortress of Meripede served as the surest sign that the prophecy was about to come to pass, yes? However, I believe that rather than being a sure sign, that eruption could in fact only be a small warning of something far worse to come.
Yeah!
As for the root cause of the catastrophe, I believe you've already encountered it once before.
Whale! Whale, 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 whale! It's the whale. We're gonna kill the whale. It's child.
This eruption
It's child.
is a small warning of the things to come. We must find the root.
Yeah. It's child. It's you. It's you. It's you. It's you. It's you. It's not you. It's not you. It's not you. I got fucked up. Fuck. Oh, well, the whale in the... Yeah, okay.
It was both dream and reality.
Narwhal.
About a true culprit that could only be that thing inside the primordial sea, right?
The truth, the original sin, the trial, and the root cause of the disaster.
I can't believe Child is the Hydro Archon. He is... Uh-oh! Oh, this is just happening, is it?
Skadoosh.
Skadoosh indeed. So that was Child. I know earlier I said Child uses Hydro. So I know that I said Child uses Hydro. One of the things that was an earlier story point in earlier areas was, so like visions are things that people are given by Celestia to have their powers, right? But the Fatui have developed a way for people to use a fake vision called a delusion. It saps their personal like life force to use. No. So Child has a delusion, an electro delusion, in addition to having a hydro vision. Except we still have Child's hydro vision. I'm very confused about why we still have it, but anyway. So, yeah, Child has an electro delusion, So, like, he can do electro moves like that big old transformation, but it, like, sucks his life force whenever he does. We fought a couple of other people with delusions before. I think a whole bunch of the, like, normal Fatui agents that are out in the field are probably using delusions as opposed to visions. But also, if you remember right at the start of the game, Signora, who, like, steals the Gnosis out of Venti's, like, gut, she is, every single NPC for 2 has delusions, yeah. Foul Legacy must be a part of himself. No, he has a delusion. The Foul Legacy is his delusion. A delusion doesn't require a vision to work. Foul Legacy is a different thing. Okay, whatever. Point is, the other person that has a delusion and a vision that we fought, is Signora. She's like the NPC that stole Venti's Gnosis, the little chess piece. She has a cryo vision and a pyro delusion. Or the other way around. One of the two. It's also the one thing.
So we've met it at last. I understand very well why it has chosen to make an appearance here.
Cryo delusion and innate pyro abilities sans vision. That's interesting, why she has innate pyro abilities. There are some people in this world who just have innate abilities, yeah. Mona's master has innate hydro abilities, don't they? And Mona also has some very, very light hydro abilities.
That whale does not belong to Tevat. It is a monster that has traversed the stars, weeping all the while.
Okay, that's one of the Descenders then, is it? Is that what it's saying? He's calling it a Descender. Is that what the fucking Fatui called it? A Descender?
It has been greedily consuming the energy from the planet's primordial sea, using it to grow. That is the main cause for the rising sea levels. And once it has finished consuming all of the energy contained within the sea, its next step will be...
You said that when the Hydro Archon first created Fontanians out of Oceanids, she filled their blood vessels with primordial seawater.
Precisely. That whale finds the blood of Fontanians nigh impossible to resist. Therefore, when it left the primordial sea, it decided to make its next stop a packed opera house full of food. Food in the form of Fontanians.
We just barely managed to push it back, right? In that case, won't it come back to target the people again once it's managed to recover its strength?
That is correct. Indeed, it is more accurate to say that we should thank that Harbinger for buying us some time. Without him, the whale would have likely come onto land far sooner. From the way he looked, he must have been fighting the creature for quite a long time.
That battle maniac. We've always known that he had a special connection with that whale, but we definitely didn't expect it to help us out like this.
Does he actually have a connection with the whale, or is it just that he's fighting? Like, because, like, saying he has a connection with it is, like, suggesting, like, he's, like, related to it or something like that. And we did, like, you know, he's fucking the whale. He does, kind of. Okay.
Anyway, now that we know that this whale is the actual cause of the disaster recorded in the prophecy, all we need to do to stop the prophecy would be to find a way to beat it up, right?
I'm gonna go beat up a whale. Punch. Ugh. Beat up a whale.
It is too late.
What do you mean?
We had already absorbed too much of the primordial sea's energy before we could notice it. At this point, it has become practically integrated with the sea itself. Even if the entirety of Tevat were to be destroyed, it could still survive and swim off towards some other world.
That's not something I will accept. We've already done everything we can, and we even found the true culprit. We've come so far. You can't just tell me that the last hurdle is some impossible foe. That's just not fair.
Also not true. It's not impossible. I've beaten it like 6 times now.
Indeed. That's not how a grand performance should end.
I'll fight it to the end. No matter what.
So the prophecy will be fulfilled no matter what, huh?
The prophecy. Yes, what has been prophesied will be fulfilled. You may view such things as the history of the future.
Mm-hmm.
Just as prophecies are usually only the future as seen from the perspectives of the gods.
Yeah.
Ultimately, fate shall serve as your...
I've already heard it. Yeah, what is her real secret?
What's happening with the aura trees?
I believe it is preparing to carry out the death sentence.
Uh-oh.
Farina!
No, I still need answers.
Damocles? You left your sword there. You mind grabbing it for me? Damocles? Damocles. Hey, Damocles!
You...
Sorry. That shocked expression on your face is just too amusing. I couldn't help myself.
I love the name is, Farina? I mean Lamont?
You are not Farina. Who are you?
Correct, Neverlay.
Ah, the sweet sound of bewilderment. Marvelous. A sure sign that my attempt to deceive everyone was a resounding success. But to answer your question, I am Focalor. You know, the god.
Focalor? Why did you deceive us?
Oh, that wasn't my goal, of course. Goodness, no. But I had to fool everyone else too, if I was to stand any chance of deceiving the heavenly principles.
Interesting. More and more of the Archons seem to be going against the Heavenly Principles as we get further and further to Snezhnaya. I really can't wait for us to meet the fucking Cryo Archon. She lied to the world. Yeah, so I told you before, right, that the Archons are gods for each area, but they're still not the top of the food chain. And we know almost nothing about what is truly the top of the food chain, just that we know that they're called the Heavenly Principles. We know a little bit more about that, though. Essentially, when you start the game and you pick your twin, because the other twin gets schlorped up into cubes, they got schlorped up into cubes by the Heavenly Principles. That was the god that we're all talking about. We met her, and the sibling that you play as, their story is that they're trying to find out the god who stole their brother and find their brother, or sister if you played as Aether instead of Lumine, right? But obviously that story has become a little sidetracked, a lot sidetracked with every, like, major expansion, right? But, like, one of the main sticking points is that very, very early on, you learn that Snezhnaya and the Fatui and the Cryo Archon are objectively, like, against the Heavenly Principles. Like, they are, they are super against them, right? And so really, really early on from the story, I've called out that, like, you know what? By the end of the story, we're going to come around to be on the Fatui's side. They seek to wage war against Celestia, yeah. And they're doing so by collecting the Gnosi, because the Gnosis give them the power of an Archon, essentially. And so far, they have the Animo Archon. They ripped it out of Venti's chest. They have the Geo Archon. Sorry, they have the Animo Gnosis. They have the Geonosis. They made a deal with Zhongli that if Fontaine could preserve... Fontaine? Jesus Christ, I need to get my areas and Archons straight. They made a deal with Zhongli that if Liyue could protect itself without the need of an Archon, that he would give up the Gnosis. They, Silly Aretha, no Archons are straight. Well, Nahida's a child, so we don't really know what she is. She's only 500 years old. Only. Typical fucking anime. We don't know the terms of Zhongli's deal. I'm pretty sure that was the deal. Raiden Shogun, I don't remember how or even if they have the Electronosis. I don't remember exactly. I think maybe, like, Yaimiko had it instead of Raiden or the Raiden puppet. And I think she gave it up. She gave the Gnosis to Yai forever ago. Yeah, but did Yai give it to the Fatui? In exchange for your life. Yeah, exactly. But then, so far, the only Gnosis that they have failed to acquire is the Dendrognosis, Nahida's. Right? No, they got that? I thought that they, like, bartered for... Oh, no, that's right. She gave it up for information about the Descendants. I thought that it was something else. Yeah. So now they're after the Hydra one. You know, these stories about villains who go after the 7 elemental gemstones of the world could really get away with a lot of shit if they just went in a different order than the heroes, right? The hero's like, I'm gonna go to fire, then water, then wind, then earth. The villain's like, alright, I'm gonna go to earth first. Good luck. You know? And naturally they would also have the Cryonosis because they have the Tsaritsa, because the Tsaritsa is the Cryo Archon. Right? So it's very likely... So it's very likely that they also already have the Cryonosis. We can't... Like, that's just a guess, for what it's worth, but, like, it's likely. So we can assume that so far they have Animo, Geo, Electro, Dendro, and Cryo, and all they need is Pyro and Hydro. They only need 2 more. They are, like, almost there. The fact that Genshin's story is, like, presumably, like, 2/3 of the way done is, like, scary to me. Like, what am I gonna do once this game is over? Play Honkai? Just kidding, I'll be playing Honkai at the same time.
Deceiving the heavenly principles.
It's all because of that pernicious prophecy. Dreadful, wasn't it? Everyone doomed to dissolve. Fontaine condemned to be flooded. One was not amused. In fact, one was positively bemused when that problem was thrust upon me by my dearest predecessor. That's the former Hydro Archon Egeria for the uninitiated. It hardly gets more disastrous than a preordained national catastrophe, now does it? She knew full well that the prophecy would surely come to pass, and as one of the 7, she also knew full well that one defies the heavenly principles at one's peril. So yes, As you have no doubt surmised, it was a rather impossible situation that I found myself in.
Yeah, I can tell. I'm curious though, like, what is Farina? Not who, but like, what is she? Because this clearly is suggesting that she is the Hydro Archon, that like she and Focalor are the same quotation, like speech marks person. But like, what is Farina?
I spent a terribly long time mulling it over, alone on the ocean floor. And I was almost growing barnacles by the time I finally realized there was only one possible solution to this confounding conundrum. I had to outwit the heavenly principles, allow the prophecy to be fulfilled, ostensibly at least, while saving everyone at the same time.
Don't tell me that shh. Don't tell me to shush. Oh, I'm assuming the death sentence was returning their memories. That's an interesting take.
I'm a genius, I know. I can only assume that's why Egeria chose me as her successor.
Oh, she still has the ego, but like now it's no longer fake. Now it kind of feels like this is deserved. Like, yeah, I outwitted the god of all gods. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? That feels real. As opposed to like this whole time where she's been so fucking fake.
Although, looking back now, it was hardly the inheritance one dreams of. Between the task of saving the nation, the quotidian duties of the Hydro Archon, and not to mention the original sin of creating a new race of humans, I dare say she left me quite a colossal mess to clean up.
Pasta, that makes a lot of fucking sense. That makes a lot of sense. Actually. Farina... Farina's a Horcrux.
Any more than I chose to be one of her Oceanid familiars.
Farina is a Horcrux. She's got a part of the soul of Focalor.
So you were also once one of the Oceanids, transformed into a human by Egeria's hand.
Yes, I was. I always dreamed of becoming human. And I still do, even now. In my eyes, to be human is to be part of the greatest opera ever known.
Harry Potter mentioned death sentence. Recognizing a Harry Potter reference, death sentence. Your phone just made a grinder ping. You just recognized the grinder ping. We're both in the bad. Get fucked.
After becoming a god, I separated my divinity from my body and spirit, leaving behind only a self that was as naive and bewildered as my past self on her first day as a human being.
Yeah, so Farina is a Horcrux. That's literally what it is. Farina is a fucking Horcrux of Focalor. That's hilarious.
The me you see before you now is that divinity. And the human counterpart I left behind, I named Farina. She could feel joy, sorrow, and everything in between. She could be as vain and conceited, or as meek and vulnerable as she wished.
And she chose not to be.
Her strengths were of a kind only a human could possess, as were her shortcomings. But in my eyes, Farina's humanity was what made her perfect. She was perfectly human in every way. The person I always wanted to be.
Hold on, I'm doing a height examination. I need like a ruler or something. I think Farina is taller? No, Farina's like wearing like high-heeled shoes, isn't she? And Focalor was like bare feet or some fucking weird thing. So it looks like Farina's a little taller than her. Yeah, Farina's wearing boots to the fur.
Anyway, so then I cursed her. All part of the plan, of course. The plan to deceive the heavenly principles.
I need a moment. Anyway. They did that on purpose. They absolutely did that on purpose. Oh, I'm lightheaded.
I still remember the final scene of the prophecy. The Hydra Archon alone, weeping on her throne. In order that the prophecy might appear fulfilled, I invited Farina to be an actress, to play the part of the Hydro Archon in the prophecy. Under the curse I placed on her, so long as I, Focalor's divinity, continued to exist, she could not die. But nor was she free to live her life in the pursuit of happiness.
Oh, so this is gonna kill Focalor, who is currently the Hydro Archon, but Farina's a separate person? So is Focalor Farina's Horcrux? Did I get them the wrong way around? I think that's what it is. It's the other way around.
Instead, she was forced to take the stage in the opera house, to embrace the role of leading lady, to forever play the part of the god from the prophecy, all to create a deceitful appearance of that prophecy coming to pass. I suppose now you probably understand why your court is called the Opera Epiclese.
Opera Epiclese? I don't understand because I don't speak French.
But Farina is only human, isn't she?
What does Opera Epiclese mean? Like, what does Epiclese mean? Eclipse? Not a clue. I suppose you understand why it's called something complicated French. Eclipse, it is? Yeah, okay.
Even though she has had a long life, her mind is no stronger than that of any other ordinary human being. I cannot begin to fathom what she has had to endure. It must have been torture for her.
It has indeed. And although she is, in a sense, me in human form, I most definitely owe her an apology for it.
That's why I'm behind her 100%. I believe in her. Yeah, no, I see why you say that now. Like, imagine that. Like, I could never.
It's been 500 years.
I'm sorry, it's been more than 500 years. This came before Wait, hold on. No, the thing I was talking about was not just how long don't... Damn it, I've already opened my stupid mouth. Well, I'm just gonna move on. I know you're already typing it. You're already fucking typing it. Just gonna click auto and move on.
And all along,
I'll just let you
she's
stew in
been
it.
playing her
Yeah.
part in the most unimaginably long, unbearably lonely, and agonizingly painful opera of all time.
Oh, the auto button went away. It's gonna be a cutscene. Damocles? Please hold onto your sword. Yeah. Yeah? Okay, bye.
Keep up.
Oh, barrier. Let me out! Let me out! Alright. I like how they still put the fucking UI icon over her head of like, here's what the main story quest is. As if, you know, this stage didn't fuck it, like the lights pointing at her and she's the center.
But I would walk 500 years and I would walk 500 more just to be the Oceanid who walked 1,000 year to be at your Opera Epiclese.
Wow, it actually kind of pronounced Epiclese almost right. You didn't spell it right, but it pronounced it almost right. Yeah, I like how even in this moment, they didn't dispel with the here's your quest location marker.
Oh? Who permitted you to come onto this stage? Now, I understand your admiration for my august self, but I must ask you to keep to the rules. All right. It is not my intent to
Don't look at me, don't look
reprimand
at
you.
me.
There is no need to state your name. Just be off with you. Do not distract me from my performance.
I don't see an audience here. Just let the stage
do
lights
not
go off,
jest.
please, only for a
Can you
second.
not feel it? I am Focalor. The eyes of countless Fontanians are upon me. I must, at all times, display the utmost elegance and nobility.
So, yeah, so we're hearing the inner thoughts as well. I sort of get this now. This is like autism masking. It's like you put on this like mask. Yeah, she's yeah, see, we just fucking, we can't, oh my god, all three of us! We all, the brain cells aligned. The brain cells aligned perfectly. We get this one moment of beautiful clarity. That's it. We don't ever get any more moments of clarity ever again, Tyler. No pasta. The single brain cell shared. We all got it. Oh my fucking god. I cannot begin to imagine. Like, I mask for like a couple of hours and I'm like fucking exhausted. 500 years? Oh! I have to find a way.
After 500 years I'd be microwaved like meep beep beep.
Yeah, right? I have to find a way. Alright.
Dear audience, the performance is experiencing a technical difficulty, but worry not. The guards shall resolve it soon enough.
Right here.
I hear everything.
Hey, what gives? The audience is still watching me, you know. Guards? Wait, where are the guards? Guards!
Ow.
Emerge. Oh,
Don't touch me.
And shroud. Oh. Rah.
Yeah. Is child fighting the narwhals considered child endangerment? Those enemy names go hard. Yes, next question. What were they? I didn't like check. Shit. I wasn't looking. For a mirror Farina. Cry with that echo and a silence at that end. Jeez. Oh! Now I am Farina. Shackles and chains. Oh god.
Farina.
Huh? Who's that? Who's calling me? Where are you?
Who is Farina's voice actress, I wonder? I'm gonna have to look that up later, because sometimes, very, very briefly, like when she just said, "Who's that?" I get like a different character that I can hear. Like, this is a voice actress with a fantastic range, and so I haven't been able to pick it up until, like, these where I'm hearing some of her quieter spoken lines. Amberly Connors. I'm gonna, like, have to look up her IMDb when I'm not in the middle of the story.
Be not nervous. Be not afraid. I am before you.
Wait a moment. You're Mirror Me? How can this be?
Well, you see, Farina, light reflected off of a mirror.
Mirror you, huh? You know what? That's not bad. Let's go with that.
Give me a sec, I'm gonna take my poncho off because it's hot. Alright, there we go.
Mirror Me. What do you wish to say?
The prophecy. Have you heard of it?
What prophecy? Wait. I know. I think. I don't know why, but it's in my head somehow.
Shirtless Aretha? No! The poncho was like a thick woolen one that I put over my normal shirt and pants. No, you want to see me shirtless, pants.
The people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
This guy is 7. What does that have to do with anything? Why did you say that? I really want this guy 7. I'm going through her IMDb. No, I haven't played 7 yet. I've only played 1 and 2 and a little bit of 5.
Oh, very good. You know it well.
What's going on? I can't seem to remember anything clearly. The only thing I know for sure is this prophecy. Will it really come to pass?
Yes, it will. And that is why I've come to you. Disaster will come to Fontaine sooner or later. Things will develop just as the prophecy declared. There is no escaping it.
But doesn't that mean everyone will die? I'm a Fontainian just like them. Will I dissolve too?
Oh, don't worry. Magical meetings exist in this world precisely to give people a chance to turn things around. It is the reason why you met me today.
Is she talking about the Hexen Circle? Interesting. Also, I'm assuming that this scene is talking about the moments right after Farina got created.
I will tell you how to save everyone, but you may have to suffer somewhat.
Somewhat?
Oh, so there's still hope after all. Goodness, you frightened me. You spoke so much and with so much certainty. As for the suffering, well, I will admit that the first thing that came to mind was, why do I have to be the one to suffer? But if the prophecy will come true, I'll also die anyway, right? So if I've already met you as my magical meeting in this world, if there were scales, with all the people of Fontaine on one side, and my pain on the other, is it not obvious where the scales should tilt?
You truly are the perfect human. My ideal. I suppose this would also be the justice that belongs to you.
Huh?
Don't worry, it's nothing. Listen well. Fontaine has just lost its Hydro Archon. I need you to play a role. That of the new Archon.
Play as a god?
That's right. You must begin a never-ending masquerade. You must never let anyone suspect your identity.
Wasn't that the name of this patch? The patch that this story came from? Never-ending masquerade? Was it that? Or maybe a previous patch? Man, we've had the clues for a really long time then.
If you can keep it up, then I shall have my way of defying this prophecy. But should your identity be revealed, then all hope will be lost.
But how will I do this?
Don't worry. What you must do is not to turn yourself into a real god. You simply need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Being a human yourself, I'm sure you already know what such an entity would be like. Remember, your true challenge will not be pursuing divinity, but contending against humanity.
I'm still not sure I understand, but I'll try. I'll try to do this. So, how long am I going to have to play this role?
Forever.
To accomplish this mission, you will have to stay on the stage for many, many years. You will endure and not grow old until your task ends. But I promise you, all will eventually end in a magnificent and dramatic trial, and everyone will be saved.
Yeah, I know.
Trial? Huh. How exciting. I'll be looking forward to it.
She was not looking forward to it. Speedrun tricks. Speedrun tricks. Speedrun tactics. Take the corner around the stairs.
The Maison Cardinalise has announced my accession, but this is my first time facing the people. What should I say to most appear like a god? To be honest, I still don't know. Perhaps I should first try to act natural. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to the Opera Epiclese. I'm sure you've all heard about how I have taken on the role of Hydro Archon. Indeed, I am Verena de Fontaine, your new Archon.
I'm gonna look it up. Wow, can't believe the wiki is taking as long as it is.
In truth, I know little about becoming a nation's new god, but it will be my honor to guide you all. As the god Focalor, the god of justice, I shall do all within my power to lead you into an age of fairness and justice. Once again, thank you all for coming. If you should have any questions or suggestions, please send them to the Maison Cardinalise. The future of Fontaine will require us to work together, after all. This should do it. I thought I might stammer, but thankfully, I was able to convey my thoughts just fine. Okay, and next.
That's the new Hydro Archon. Is this some kind of joke by the Maison? I would have thought that a being that surpasses humanity would be a bit more assertive.
Hey, did you hear that? She even told us to send her suggestions there at the end.
Shouldn't gods be all-powerful? She's being so modest. What's the difference between her and an ordinary person, then?
If you ask me, perhaps the succession didn't actually happen. She might just be a Maison-back puppet.
Wait, what's going on? Why is everyone suspecting me of being a fake? Oh, this is bad. If I get exposed here, there'll be no saving the people from the prophecy. Right? Mirmi said that I just need to play the role of a god as humans imagine them to be. Calm down, Farina. Think. What do the people want? How would they imagine a god to speak and act assertive, with a strong sense of presence, one who can dispel all doubt?
Yeah.
That is the character I'm fated to play. Oh, very good, my people. Only ones such as you are deserving of my rule. Now, I was wondering, if some weak puppet were to one day come onto the stage and claim ownership of this opera house, would the children of Fontaine follow them? Well, it seems that you would all see right through them. Having passed my test, you are qualified to witness wondrous trials alongside my august self, here in this opera house.
I am experiencing overwhelming depression. Holy shit! Oh my god! Oh my god, alright.
You may consider my previous act a door gift of sorts. I thought it was a debut that suited the atmosphere. Now then, let us be reintroduced.
Ah, so that was just a performance. How could I have forgotten that we were inside an opera house?
Her personality? It's quite shocking, to be honest, but I suppose it's a better look than before.
Such a fascinating and bold deity. How wonderful. Our future may yet be bright after all.
It seems I've turned them around. Best follow this flow and restart my accession speech.
I also like the symbolism, right, of people realizing she's a god, being that the spotlights are disappearing, which makes her more lonely in the opera house, because to play the part of a god means that she can't be friends with humans, right? Because a god is an entirely separate tier of being. But she wasn't created as a god, she was created as a human, and that means she has human loneliness. I, like, suffer severe depression if I'm, like, alone for, like, too many days in a row. So it's, like, not just masking, but it's, like, masking and then having no one to fall back on for 500 years. Like, that is... like, I love that symbolism that's being played here. It's very, very...
My dear people, whether you acknowledge me or not, whether you trust me or nay, I say to you, keep faith in your ardor for justice. We have heard it said that this nation's sins can no longer be washed away. Well, I say that justice is most fragrant when it blooms amid sin.
Yeah.
The scales of justice should not weigh heavy in the hands of its god. On one side, it must carry fairness and justice. And on the other, praise and applause. May law be the prayer on our lips. May judgment be our worship. Let us light the fires and drink to the future of Fontaine! There is no trouble in this world that justice cannot solve. All that is needed is for you, my people, to believe in it, heart and soul. So long as I, the Archon Focalor, stand within the Opera Epiclese, so long as I stand before the Oratrice, I shall even judge the gods of this world!
Standing alone, yep. Hey, now I can jog.
Lady Farina, here are today's case reports, as well as a summary of the follow-up for your perusal.
Come now. Was I not just at the Opera House in person? Leave these kinds of things to Neuvillette. Besides, none of these trials were the one that I'm looking forward to the most.
If I may be so impertinent, what kind of trial are you truly looking forward to?
A magnificent, dramatic, and wondrous trial. A trial to end all things. How could you hope to understand?
That's true. I fear I lack the ability to grasp your divine thought, Lady Archon.
No need for fright, and do not take what I said before too seriously. Go now, do your duties. The trial I await. It will come one day.
Lady Farina, I don't know what to
Yeah.
say. Thank you for agreeing to see me.
No need to thank me. Or rather, thank your own sense of perseverance instead. Long have you stood in line to meet me, have you not? Oh, I'm afraid that's just an inevitable consequence of my divine charm. All right, Deoteria, is it? How is your son's illness?
You remembered me, and you knew of my family, too. He is doing much better now. In fact, he is far more of an ardent believer than I. He was the one who forced me to seek an audience with you, and to bring your words back to him.
Oh, good. Very good. If this should happen again in the future, please do not hesitate to come and tell me. Going down to citizens' homes every so often, while not usual practice, should serve as a fine change of pace.
You're such a gentle and wise God. Thank you once again, on behalf of my son.
Mm-hmm.
Lady Farina, here are the latest hydrological reports. As for the specific parameters you asked to take note of, I'm afraid things still don't look good.
I see. It's as I thought, then. As your god, I did already expect this, but I wanted to see how far your human wisdom would allow you to analyze it. All manner of signs indicate that the prophecy will still come to pass. Forget it. That's not something you need to worry about right now.
Well, as I understand it, the Fontaine Research Institute is also trying to find a way to counter the rising water levels.
Really? Have they found anything?
I'm afraid that they haven't found any effective solution thus far.
Oh, is that so? Well, no wonder. This issue has reached the realm of the gods, after all. Still, their spirit is praiseworthy.
All right.
The day is finally over. I haven't had a moment to breathe this whole time.
Oh man, describing masking as not being able to breathe is so fucking relevant. Yeah, that... Didn't I actually say that, Tyler, at one point? I'm actually pretty sure I literally said that to you. At one point when she said that humans could not hope to trust a god's plan or the will of the Archon. And I'm pretty sure I literally made a comment like, yeah, is she talking about herself here? I'm not 100% sure. Yeah.
But it's good to see that everything's getting on track. There are no longer any voices of suspicion. Maybe this is fine. I just need to keep going, and everyone will be saved.
Yeah.
Alright, Farina, don't think too hard about this. You need rest. Tomorrow's a new...
Lady Farina, here are the new trial reports for the latest cases, as well as a summary of the following.
There'll be no need for that. I've seen them already. There's no need to go back over scenes I've witnessed in person before.
Lady Farina, I've waited so...
Indeed, my dear, loyal citizen. This joyous moment is an honor for us both.
Lady Farina, we're detecting significant hydrological anomalies near Poisson.
Going through this day by day. This also showcasing, like, if you've ever like talked to someone who's autistic and they haven't been able to remember like a part of their life, like from like when they had to mask, it's because like masking takes so much energy and you sort of, it just blurs together. Like that's really giving me the way, exactly, see the way the days blend together.
Understood. Keep monitoring. Keep me informed should anything come up at the Institute. I don't think I let anything slip today. I must show the people that there is nothing to worry about. I just don't know when these days will end. I feel utterly exhausted. Best to rest early today, too.
Oh. Yep, just doing the same thing over and over again. Wait. Hold on. Hold on.
Lady Farina, it's like a dream being able to speak with you up close like this.
Hold on, Tyler. Tyler, what was that number? How many days are in 500 years? Tyler, you son of a fucking bitch. You son of a fucking bitch. Hold on. One 182,625. Yeah, okay.
I've heard that the first member of our family who was honored to receive an audience with you was Madame Deoteria, almost 20 generations ago.
And what a fine family yours is indeed. It brings me great joy to meet such a faithful believer, a descendant of a line most ardent.
Her face is obscured here, and she does not sound like she's holding it together.
Surely you exaggerate, Lady Farina.
What is it, good citizen?
Are you crying?
Really now? I didn't even notice.
20 generations.
This must be the overflow of hydro from my person. Well, can't quite help being the god whose dominion is the waters, can I?
Oh my god, that's the lamest fucking excuse. Katara's crying and someone's like, why are you crying, Katara? And she's like, well, I could bend water, can't I? It's probably just that.
wonder. No wonder. A manifestation of your power, then. Oh, Archon, I am honored to have witnessed it.
Oh my...
Honored indeed.
This is fucking great. This is like a horror scene. Like, the zoom in on her fucking face. She's, like, smiling, but literally cannot stop herself from fucking, like, crying. And she's still gonna... Oh, no. Ah!
So interminable. So lonely. Just how much longer? Hundreds of years must have passed by now. Perhaps the show must go on for hundreds more. I never imagined that it would hurt so much.
Oh god, I just got a really dark thought. What if she put her hand in that fucking water, and what if she was, like, hoping that it would kill her? Like, what if she was like, oh, this is finally an escape? And, like, the reason why she was so angry afterwards is because it fucking didn't. Like, you tricked me! I thought this was a way out! I wouldn't blame her! I wouldn't either! I reckon a part of it definitely did. Oh, no!
Have I reached my limit? No.
Oh my
Perhaps
fucking
I
god.
reached it long ago. Today I didn't even notice my own tears. I want to tell someone, anyone, about this. But would that not destroy all I've done so far? I've conducted so many investigations across the centuries. But there's not even a sliver of hope that we might break the prophecy. All I can do is keep heart. I must maintain this act. It is the only way to save Fontaine. Please, mirror me. You have to succeed.
Yeah. Reminds me of the guy who sued a paramedic for reviving him despite having a DNR. Was that in House? Are you talking about that House episode? 182376. So this is a year. This is a year.
Farina, you don't have to shoulder this burden alone. Although I don't know what you might be keeping from everyone, your people are more than willing to share your burden with you.
It's us. I looked it up. I looked up exactly 500 days. Is 182,625. So 376 is... I guess it's just slightly shy of 500 years then. Because that's today.
Share my burden. That's impossible. It was fated right from the start that this would be my duty alone.
But even if your burden doesn't need to be shared, you can still choose to confide in someone. Just share it with me. I'm what you'd call a witness.
A witness? Yes.
Yep.
And if Tevat is, in its entirety, a show on a stage, then you're just a spectator, aren't you?
She's...
If that's the case...
She's like trying to believe that she could logically get around telling someone because this isn't... Lumine isn't a member of the plan. Yeah, someone outside she can open up to.
She's right. I could confide in her, couldn't I? But if things don't play out as expected, the people of Fontaine will be the ones to pay the price.
Oh no, but... Oh no, but she was still everyone was still listening. That this was a trap for the prophecy, because if she did confide in us, then everyone would have heard. Oh my fucking god, it just gets worse and worse.
No, Farina. You shouldn't be selfish. But what if it's really alright? Farina, you've worked so hard for so long. Surely it would be okay to put yourself first for once. Just this once.
Oh my god.
Is it such an outrageous thing to do anyway? To find someone in whom you can confide your frustrations and sorrows? Surely it could not hurt.
And like, the grand nature of this is that we would probably have to tell people anyway, like Nervalay, if this wasn't a trap and she just did tell us in a little hut in the bottom of Poisson, right? Like, we would, because it involves the fucking rising water, we would still have to tell him. Either that, or we would suddenly have to be playing along and then he would just get more suspicious. Like, you know, I just don't, you know, I don't think she could tell us.
If you let this opportunity slip through your fingers, it might never come by again. Think about it long and hard.
But you didn't have the chance to think about it long and hard because...
No, I have nothing to say. I am Farina, the Archon of Fontaine. Everything will surely get better. All you need to do, dear spectator, is to witness my performance until the curtains fall.
Oh my god.
Fine.
Yeah.
So even Farina doesn't know the truth? You've never once let her in on the full plan?
Yes, it had to be done. To deceive the heavenly principles, you must first deceive yourself. She did very well. If she had let her resolve falter even once in these 5 centuries, Fontaine would have been doomed to the most tragic fate. It seems that trusting humanity was the right decision after all.
I don't know if you'd call that trusting humanity. Is what's left of Farina even a human at this point? The poor girl.
That I understand how your deception works, but that is only half the truth, is it not? How would you build on this foundation to save the people of Fontaine? That is the most important thing.
Ah, good, good. Of course, the Iudex of Fontaine has pinpointed the crux of the issue. I'm sure you've long sensed that the Oratrice is no simple machine.
Here it is.
I've always suspected that it had its own consciousness. And Lenny did mention that he heard a human voice within the core chamber.
I'm so fucking glad I held on to that fact, Tyler.
It now seems that that person was you, hidden within the machine all along. Am I right?
Hey.
I became one with the Oratrice, taking Fontaine's gnosis with me. Yes, it would seem so, wouldn't it? Alas, your understanding of this device still lacks sufficient depth. In truth, it is no enactor of justice. It is, in fact, a device created to kill the god of justice.
Oh, it's been gathering power all this time from every trial and then storing it like a battery. Fontaine wasn't being run off of the power of the fucking indemnitium. Indemnitable. That's like a word that... What? Define... as you put in the Discord. I don't want to fucking... Has she been trying to kill herself for 500 years? It seems so. Or preparing to, yeah. Building up the ammunition for.
I beg your pardon?
Or her dying is the last stage of the prophecy, but she's like doing it in a way that isn't the prophecy. I don't know.
Oh, you have it. And to be more precise, not only will the Oratrice take down the god of justice, it will also take down the divine throne upon which she has been
She's
placed.
gonna destroy the Gnosis! This isn't just to kill a god. They're not that hard to kill. You just stab one through the fucking heart. But the power to break a Gnosis...
I mean, did you think I would be the sort to enjoy peaceful repose while Farina suffered? My work over these last 500 years has been to constantly accumulate indemnitium within the Oratrice. But really, some have already discovered that only a small fraction of the energy generated by the device was ever used to provide power to Fontaine. The vast majority had to be accumulated to enact this death sentence.
It was all a part of your plan, then? Both the trial and the sentence?
It's literally Damocles' sword.
Indeed. This power, accrued over 5 centuries, could have sustained Fontainians for millennia had it only been used for that purpose. Almost all of it has now been stored within the Oratrice. But only power of this magnitude could hope to destroy the Hydro Archon's divine throne, shaking the rules established by Celestia and breaking through the institution that is the Seven.
So the Oratrice's call for death was for neither Farina nor Focalor, but for the Hydro Archon. The destruction of that divine throne, if I do not misunderstand your intent.
Returning what's rightfully yours to you, of course. In other words, this was all done to return the authority of the Hydro Archon to the Hydro Dragon of this planet.
That's the other thing. So, those dragons are actually used to be the elemental gods, basically. But through some machinations, they became almost servants of the Archons. And, yeah. I guess Celestia did that? Celestia... Okay. Celestia... Yeah, Celestia, like, shackled the dragons, put their own puppets, which are the Archons, and gave them gave the Archons the powers of the elements, which came from the dragons and took form of the Gnosis. Okay. Well, not all of them do, but... Yeah, they basically bottled part of the dragon's powers.
But...
Oh, what? Getting sad again, are we? The authority of the ancient dragons shall soon be yours once more, O Hydro Dragon Sovereign. And this is the face you make.
All you've done throughout the years is just so you can sacrifice yourself at the very end.
I've never quite seen it that way, you know. Even now, I'm quite pleased at how well my deception worked. Hydro Dragon, don't cry. I must say, had it been within my rights, I would have loved to judge the heavenly principles themselves. Were they not guilty of essentially the same crime? Egeria stole the power of the primordial sea, and the heavenly principles stole the power you ancient dragons possessed.
Yeah.
I, for my part, am the god of justice. And is it not just that your original powers should be returned to you? Speaking of justice, I have always believed that justice lies in the process of pursuing human existence itself.
I wonder if that's gonna make the other dragons come into play in the story more. That's interesting.
So, if the theft of the primordial sea's might was Fontaine's original sin, then, leaving matters of procedural right and wrong aside, the descent of the Fontainians as humans and their right to exist in this world would be Fontaine's original justice. In other words, existence was Egeria's justice, and to me, justice is the continuation of that existence, defying the prophecy and ensuring that Fontaine's people shall live on. That should be the justice enthroned over all others. At this point, we, whether it be myself or all other Fontainians, have shouldered the burden of this sin for far too long. Iudex Neuvillette, the highest judge in our land, when you regain your full power as an elemental sovereign, what verdict shall you pass upon us?
So when I was invited to the court of Fontaine to serve as Iudex, I see now that that was your idea too. At last, I now understand the true purpose behind this position.
The positioning of the camera with the stuff in the back, by the way. I like that.
In the beginning, I was uninterested in human existence. But these 5 centuries of living alongside them have gradually brought about mutual understanding between us. And I have even attempted to feel as they feel. You are a devious one, Focalors.
Hey, that line was in the trailer.
Things being as they are, surely you know that I could never declare them to be guilty.
The hour of my execution is almost here. For the sinner, the curtain call has come. I know I may not sound it, but faced with death, I find myself a little afraid. Perhaps this is one thing both gods and humans have in common. Farewell, Neuvillette. I hope you've enjoyed the part you played these 500 years.
That was also in the trailer.
Codex Nouvellette, hereby declare, people of Fontaine, your sins are forgiven.
But Farina gets to live. Is that what we heard, essentially? Like, First Law's last message to Farina was to just live like a human. I think that's great.
What just happened? Has the death sentence been carried out?
Was that bright light some sort of misdirection? I have a feeling that something huge just happened.
But since we're all still alive and haven't been dissolved, I assume whatever happened was good for us.
It's time to end this. We must mete out punishment to that beast.
But didn't you say just a moment ago?
I have gained the strength sufficient to deal with it. Through certain means, I now have the ability to separate the power of the Primordial Sea from that creature. We should seize the opportunity to pursue our quarry. Traveler, now that the oratories can no longer function, I require an executor to help me mete out justice. The root of the calamities befalling Fontaine, the beast that enacts the prophecy. Its name is the all-devouring narwhal. Come with me, traveler. The hour of execution has come.
You'll have to tell me exactly what the second phase is, unless it's, like, really obvious.
Considering the size of the beast, I cannot reach the power source. Unless we can find a way to attack it from within. I shall share a part of the ancient dragon's power with you. We shall look for an opening together.
You say that.
I can feel its sorrow turning into hostility.
Can't see? I'll uproot you!
The all-devouring narwhal cannot resist its instinct to devour. Continue to trigger its hostility, and a chance will present itself.
Right here.
Oh, that makes it very quiet. Oh my god! That's very dubstep. I love that. Can I, like... Not really. Wow. I am listening with headphones, yeah. It's just quiet because I can only listen to it through a menu.
Really scary! Emerge. Right now.
It's out! I hear everything!
I have granted you my protection. Do not fear. Seize the moment and use my power to suppress its root from within.
Uncle Pin! The Temple of Wisdom! Emerge. Right here. Emerge. A sight to behold. Show them. Right now. Come on out.
Can't see? Let's nip that in the bud.
Remember, this also is the souls of all the Fontaine people. She just stole the narwhal.
Thanks for helping with the cleanup. It should have been my job, but oh well.
You're clearly...
It was just supposed to be a short private training session for me. I didn't think that my disciple and my master's pet would start brawling in the meantime.
This is a child's master, I believe.
Well, actually, I had a feeling that it would happen at some point, but they bumped into one another earlier than I thought. What a blunder. I suppose I'll have to swing my sword 3 million times as penance.
That power. Who are you exactly?
Paimon has an idea. From what she said earlier, she must be Child's master. Skirk, right? It's just that he gave us the impression that she was the less talkative person.
I simply did not have anything to say to the weak. But you, on the other hand, managed to defeat the all-devouring narwhal without using power from beyond this world.
I want to say something. I think Skirk's a descender. The way that she looks. Like, because look at the way that her fucking her outfit is designed. I wonder if Skirk's a descender. Skirk playable when? Yeah, I know, right?
So you may speak to me as equals.
She's more abyssy. What if Skirk's gonna be another abyss elemental person? Like fucking wow, what's his name? Starts with D. We haven't heard from him in so long. Dane, yeah. What's a descender? So the Fatui have come up with a way to describe the people who have come to Tevat from outside of the world, and they have named them as descenders and even numbered them in order of descent. And we don't know how many there are in total. I think there's like 4? Am I right? Like, Tyler knows more about this part than I do, because I kind of glossed over this when it happened. There's 5. And one of the biggest aspects of the story that is the most wrench in the gears is that we are a descender, but our twin brother, who we know indubitably came with us, is not. And it is like a huge wrench in the works when it comes to like our understanding of the story and our goal here. Because it would suggest that, like, you know, he came from here. Like, he is a Tevat being. We also know that Celestia as a whole is a descender, yeah. Which makes their crime of stealing the power from the dragons to usurp control over Celestia all the more disgusting, in my opinion.
I have to agree. It's a strange use of a planet's primordial waters just to raise an all-devouring narwhal. That kind of power is wasted on it. It's not cooperative. It eats too much. And I have more important things to do with my time than pet sitting. The only thing that creature has going for it is its looks.
What? Skirk X Narwhal? Yeah, I think Pasta's on the same page as I am.
All in all, it fails as a pet.
Miss Skirk? I think you might have missed the point.
The point being?
Well, being that this pet almost destroyed an entire nation. So what sort of person is your master? Well, child's master's master. Wait, is that right?
Oh, right. So you don't know him. Sorry, I assumed you did. His name is Sertologi.
Sertologi?
I am unfamiliar with that name.
Huh. So Master isn't sufficiently famous. How should I describe him then? Have you heard of the name The Fowl?
Ah! Tartaglia is the Foul Legacy. Legacy means like the child, the progeny. The Foul Legacy. Okay. Interesting. Just got a good artifact, but it's a crap main stat. That's Genshin as a whole. Congratulations.
The Foul?
Still nothing? Well, how about the Visionary? Vetterfulnir then? Or Gold Rhine-daughter?
Oh my god, now I know who that is. Okay. Okay.
Ooh, that one we've heard. Rhine-daughter's part of the Hexen Circle. She's Albedo's mom, right?
Oh, so you do know that name. To be honest, I also heard all of those names and titles from my master. I don't actually know them either. But I suppose you understand now, yes? My master is likely a similar sort to Rhine-daughter. They are both pursuing some form of perfection.
Huh. Oh, so her master is not Rhine-daughter, but they're like in the same.
Didn't you also mention a visionary person? Paimon didn't quite catch their name.
Actually, never mind that. I believe it expedient to inform you.
What was the visionary's name? I want her to fucking repeat it, but she's not. So what was it, Tyler? Like the something. Okay.
That the all-devouring narwhal used up nearly all its strength fighting you. Such roiling hydro energies will prove difficult for the planet's deep seas to digest. As such, the Fontaine back on the surface has most likely been thrown into chaos. In other words, the prophecy that you've been fretting over should now be in full swing.
Uh-oh.
What?
Not to worry. Focalor has already managed to deceive the heavenly principles.
In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only Farina will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
That's brilliant! You're fucking right, Master! A ship! What?
All hands initiate emergency rescue. Hurry! Hey, lend a hand.
Look! The water's receding!
Someone pulled the plug.
It's a miracle!
Water's receding.
We didn't dissolve. The prophecy was wrong. The prophecy was wrong.
Are you alright?
We're saved. The prophecy was wrong.
No, the prophecy was right. It just came to pass. Alright, I freaked out in the middle of that cutscene. One of the other things we learned in the Fortress of Meropide was that they were building a massive boat, and that was what that was. That's why I freaked out, because it was one of those, they laid the puzzle piece ages ago, and then I saw it was, and I was like, help!
The soil renewed. The Spina di Rosula talks post-disaster rebuilding. I recently visited Poisson to meet with Miss Navia, spokesperson of the Spina di Rosula, and we spoke about Poisson's present and future. Old soil can still
Consider
give birth to
mightism
new bloom,
tickled.
Miss Navia stated. Hope is like seeing a small cookie when you're starving late at night. You just need a little of it. Skyship Winglet, lunar brain of the Fontaine Research Institute. The various disputes that have arisen on account of Mr. Edwin have suddenly become a shield over the Institute, with Jurier turning out to be a once-overlooked hidden gem. People always call the first researcher mad, but few know what to call the second. And should that latter person achieve a miracle, they would find it all the harder to find a word with which to classify him and his team. Wow! Paimon barely recognizes the people in the reports. Are those really Jurier and Navia? They sound like real big shots.
Who's Jurier?
What do you think? Pretty enthralling, huh? The Steambird's idea was pretty simple. With the disaster just having passed, we would print a free edition packed to the margins with good news to calm people down.
Okay.
The value for these big scoops lies in their inevitable follow-ups. We'll publish further reports and go into the stories behind those people. Edwin's assistant, Jurier, created a true flying ship, while Navia is leading people in the reconstruction of their home. I'm sure that these stories could draw even your well-traveled eye.
Okay.
Paimon's curious too! Wait a minute. Didn't we watch everything happen from start to finish? What's there to be curious about?
Yeah, right.
And that's exactly why I'd like you to come conduct interviews with me. You're the best incubators of news, if you haven't noticed. And also, with you around, I'm sure I'll get to see that Duke.
Ah.
Are you sure? Hasn't he turned you down several times already?
Oh, this time will be different. Come on, let's head to Poisson first, and then make a trip to the fortress. There are some things you'll only know when you get there.
Damn. Is Paimon a descender? What is Paimon? It's, you know, one of the great mysteries. I was curious if we could see the ship, or if it's just descended back into the ocean. Like, now that its job is done. Now that I have a free moment, I'm gonna go fight this boss. The effect Irminsul has on them. Yeah, there we go. So, Irminsul's a giant computer that takes that takes the form of an upside down blossom tree, in a dream world that oh, damn, what if we got past to play the game with us? What if Paimon was meant to be the Archon of Khaenri'ah? That's an interesting idea.
I see everything.
Don't touch me!
Emerge. Right now.
One with the Force. Yeah. Keep up.
Our bond is strong. I'll settle this.
Get off of me.
Hey, make yourselves at home.
Yeah, what is it?
Emerge. Show them.
Can't see?
Wait, I know what the name is. They're all devils. Baal? Focalor? Yeah. Paimon is a devil name. Basilbar? Barbatos? Yeah, exactly. Bua? Yeah, no, that's... I should have fucking figured that one out.
I'll uproot you! Yeah.
Nothing lasts forever. Right now. Right here.
One with the Force. Rah.
Alright. 37... And 3 of those and 1 of those. Yeah? I don't know what that is. Also, you could just... I'm streaming. That's the point of the chat. ARS space GOETIA. I must say thank you for streaming. I'm so happy I caught this and was able to enjoy the story with you. I don't think I'm done yet. Yeah, well, that's the whole thing of Khaenri'ah, right? Oh my god! Hold on. That's the recurring... I'm not done. I've got the next whole fucking expansion to do, Tyler. Might as well do it all. Khaenri'ah seems to continuously be punishing people for creating life. That was gold. That's like everything was fucking... That was where Khaenri'ah was blowed up, right? Because gold created, like, life. Because that's what Albedo is. And now, over here, Focalor also does that by making oceanids into life, and Khaenri'ah fucking comes down on them as well. Khaenri'ah is punishing people for creating... Khaenri'ah. The Celestia is punishing people for creating life. That's really weird. I'm assuming it didn't unschlorp the people who were already schlorped.
Navia!
Right?
Oh, it's you. What brings you all here?
Hey, we're just having a look around.
I'm here to update myself on how things are going here. Oh, the Fatui are here too.
Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Garunt Snežević. He represented the Knave in sending us a large amount of supplies, and is helping with our work.
There's no expansion story, it's this some wrapping up epilogue bits. Well then what part of the story adds the father fight? Is that Liney's story? Like, Liney's character story? Or Arlecchino's character story? That's a really interesting character story. Oh, never mind. I was about to say a character story where you end up fighting the character, but no, that was also Raiden Shogun's, technically.
Our residents are hard at work as well. Thanks to everyone, work is progressing nicely. We've lost a lot of people, but we're moving forward.
Celestia is some bitches that don't want the world to realize,
Hello, Miss Charlotte.
the people of the world to
I'm
realize
a big fan of yours.
that they don't have that power.
I especially like that article you wrote last year about Fontaine's stray cats. But if you don't mind, could you not emphasize our role too much in your report? It's not charity we're doing here. We just happen to share the same interests as the Spina.
I get where you're coming from. I'll keep it as simple as possible. Or would you be willing to feature as friendly?
That would be fine.
Oh, you're back too. How are things?
We finished laying down the construction materials. It'll be another hour before the workers are able to go over there.
Domain? The trance fight for fighting Father. I'll do it so you can see what it's like. But I don't need to unlock it because I still have access to it. And I don't generally pay attention to character story quests. Should I? Ah! Let's look. See, at least Tyler knows not to leave fucking pillows all over the stage. I don't generally pay attention to character stories as much. Like, I play them in the background while I do other stuff, so I can hear them. I messaged Sam about starting Pathfinder an hour early. I don't want to start Pathfinder an hour early. Fucking... What? If we start Pathfinder an hour early, I'm not going to have enough time to make myself food after stream. Will it be... Do I have to stream it, Tyler? Or will it be enough if I just listen to it play automatically in the background while I play something else? Like, will that be fine? You better eat that pie, that's expensive. It's gone already!
Huh? You're here too, Claire?
Ah!
Well, her reputation's greatly risen after that whole duel business with Miss Farina. So she's here in Poisson to wait out the heat. All right. She really came here to help me out.
There's too much to consider in the reconstruction of Poisson. The Spina has need of more decision-makers. And, well, I do already happen to be connected to Mr. Callis.
Oh, wait just a moment. Do you mind me asking a few questions? You know, about how you felt before the duel, about what it was like facing down a god. There's lots of excitement.
Forget it. I'm sure you can find a better theme than that, Miss Charlotte.
I see you're the same as always. Couldn't you do me a favor, for Navia's sake?
Well, if we're talking about doing things for my sake, you might as well just take a few more photos of me. Or of the Traveler. It's better than wasting time persuading Chlorand, at any rate.
Navia on the not Navia. Charlotte on the fucking grind.
Of course I will. I'm not gonna let her off that easy. All right, then everyone who wants to be in the photo, gather up.
Paimon, how are you...
Was it a good shot? Did Paimon look cute in it?
How the fuck were you still emitting particles, Paimon? Like, you were in a photo. That's a wild-ass photo.
Your addition really helped the composition of the picture. All right, hang on a moment. Let me snap a few more shots. All right, that should do it. I'll be back here later anyway, so let's call it a day.
You're very quick.
Speed is of the essence when it comes to the news, and freshness is the key. Also, not to brag, but I'm pretty good at building connections. Who knows? I might eventually get that interview with you after all, Miss Clarand.
Wow, you really do have that never say die spirit. I'm impressed.
I'll hazard a guess that this is how you got that interview at the Fortress of Maripede.
Whoa, you're well informed. Let me make a guess too. I asked Sijuin, who told Monsieur Nervillette, and he told you, right?
That's a very complete information chain.
In truth, all Monsieur Neuvillette asked me was, when did the fortress become so friendly towards the media? I told him that it was best not to speak too soon. There's no guarantee that Ridesley will make a personal appearance.
You're right. I've got to treasure every moment I have with them. In which case, I'll be making a move first.
Stay safe now. And tell me if you hear anything.
Yeah. Alright. Navia.
You seem curious about the fortress.
Of course. That Risley. I still remember going down to the fortress to grill him for information on my father's case. Boy, did he take me for a ride. Without telling me anything, of course.
But he did invite you to tea, didn't he?
2 large pots of it, in fact. It was good tea, though.
I have to agree. The tea there is very good.
Speaking of that, would you like to have some today? I mean, you've got time, right?
Well, I'd be partial to some shortbread.
Wow, it's like we've got a menu or something. Sure.
Good.
What flavor of biscuits would you like, Mr. Snezhevich?
Me? I'm fine with anything. But I would...
All right. Leave it to me.
I'll go over the newly arrived supplies with you later, Mr. Snezhevich. We should be able to finish the preparatory work today.
That works great for me.
Huh. Is it just me, or did you get a new lipstick?
I did. It was a gift from Sijuin. Want to give it a try? I think the color would suit you, too.
Alright, I'm gonna... Yeah, that's where I was going with that too. Okay. You see why Tyler wanted me to... Very good. I have red paint on my lips and you have blue paint on your lips. Want to make purple paint? I still don't have this teleporter. I don't even know how to get it. This should be fine. It's 6 AM. This sort of mental processing is tough for me. I'm proud of myself. Don't let anyone tell you you aren't amazing, Pastor. That was a little close.
Wow, guess we're here again, huh? There's a real nostalgic feeling to this place.
Looks like you've been missing us.
Hey!
Duke! Did you come all the way to the entrance to greet us?
If you're not immediately horny for Ridesley, I don't know who you are.
Of course. I'm here to welcome you and our dear Miss Charlotte, whom our good head nurse recommended to me.
Like, his voice, his tits, his hair, his tits, his, like, demeanor, his tits.
It's an honor to finally meet the much-rumored Duke. Thank you for consenting to my visit to the fortress, sir.
No need to thank me. But that said, I shouldn't be the focus of your interview. I trust you recall our agreement?
Wait, does he have cat ears? I think that's just hair, right? He's not a cat, is he, Tyler? Have I been hot for a cat boy this whole time? Is he a cat boy? Is this another one of those ka-ching moments? I'm gonna cry if this is another one of those ka-ching moments. He's not a cat boy, is he? That's just hair, right? Right? It looks like cat ears to me. It looks like cat ears to me now!
Of course, of course.
All right then, this way.
Oh, these two.
Hey, no need to be so nervous. Miss Charlotte, do these pictures really need to be published on the cover of the Steambird?
It would seem that Miss Lorvine doesn't want her face to appear beside that of Mr. Jurier,
Sir, please don't say things like that.
But it looks like dear Mr. Jurier denies it.
Okay.
Might this
Yeah.
interview be very important?
Well, I
to
don't
you?
know. Like, it... And the tiny one, but I don't know.
No, I just... This is my first time being interviewed, and I'm very thankful to the Steambird.
Now, I might not look it, but I actually did meet Mr. Edwin once. And I'll be honest, I enjoyed chatting with you more. You've definitely got more of that genius vibe going on. The boat that brought about a miracle, the ark that saved the people. Why, you recreated a myth back there, like an emissary of legend.
A myth? Like, the Jesus myth? Is Jesus real in this world? Is Christianity real in Genshin?
Still, if I might ask, where's that flying ship now?
Huh. Looks like Charlotte's trying to get herself another exclusive scoop.
I have to apologize, but that ship is presently in the bowels of our factory. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to get a shot of it.
Really? Well, then in that case, could I have an interview with you to make up for that long?
Yeah.
You already know my answer, I'm afraid. Best you interview our head nurse instead. Or perhaps you'd like to take another photo of this couple of researchers?
Germany exists. That's shit. I mean, yeah, I suppose you're right.
Did you really have to use the word couple? Well, then, 2 solo photos will do.
Is my hair messed up? Please, someone help me have a look.
Things sure are getting pretty lively here. We've seen this kind of thing before. Oh, seems like everyone's here. Would any of you like to try this new drink I came up with?
Oh yeah, so about Siegewin. You've played Genshin enough to know about the Hydro Abyss Mages and how they trap you in a bubble and how it's the most annoying fucking thing in the universe, right? Yeah, me and Tyler have talked about that too. Siegewin could do that to enemies. Like, her kit is been only leaked at the moment. She's not out yet. She'll be out in the next patch, along with Clorind, who I am going to be pulling for and am very hot for. Mommy. But we've also seen leaks of her kit. We've seen leaks of Clorind's kit. Clorind fucking Jojo poses when she fucking fights, because she, like, fights with a sword and a gun. And she, like, when she goes into her... like, fucking, like, her infusion, her, like, you know, in personal, like, what's the fucking word I use? Selfish mode, right? Where you can't switch off of her. She, like, Jojo poses as she, like, rapidly attacks with a sword and a gun. So Clorind's awesome. But yeah, Siegewin is a bow user, I believe, and, she can schlorp enemies in a bubble the same way that, like, you know, Hydro Abyss Mages and Hydro Slimes and all the other Hydro fucking enemies can. So it'll be really fun for the people who want to pull for her. I'm not going for her, though.
Ah, Siegewin.
Hey, Miss Charlotte. Why don't you, take some pretty photos of our head nurse? Sure. Come on, Miss Siegewin, over this way. Let's find a brighter spot.
Huh? Sure. Do I have to smile?
Oh, yeah. Also, Ferret, Siegewin is part slug. She's a slug girl. Slug girl, slug girl, slug girl, slug girl. Girl love slug.
So, how have things been at the
same old, as you can see. Fontaine's undergone some changes, but this place is still more or less the same.
Other than that flying ship, it got a tad too much attention, I think.
That's why I decided to let the interview go through. We should direct more public opinions toward the behind-the-scenes heroes. Am I right, Mr. Jurrier? Miss Lurvine?
You're too kind, sir. I believe that you too should have your day in the sun. Not that you would want that, which is a pity.
That's not what she said!
I'll just leave the spotlight to you two.
Yeah, she's a sea slug.
I see. Lots of things happened that day, huh? Anyway, regarding that Harbinger, I'm not sure you remember, but his 3 young followers are still waiting for his return.
Yeah, so... There's a whole race of them in Fontaine, and they're Melusines, but most of them are fully sea slug. Like, they have, like, no fingers, and they're just, like, blobby, and they have, like paw pads as feet, and they're really cute. But she's, like, part slug, sea slug, part human. I'll show you a Melusine at some point.
You did win them over, huh?
I'll tell them that there's good news and bad news. The good being that their boss seems fine, and the bad being that they must face extended sentences for abetting his escape.
Oh, actually, what about you? Are things gonna change for you too?
What change can there be? The fortress will keep chugging along, and so will my duties. As to what Miss Farina's departure will mean for the nation, and if our laws and governance will be transformed, we'll leave those to the folks in the overworld.
Hey everyone, the photo shoot's done.
Good. In that case, let's call it a day here.
Thanks for your cooperation. Come on, Traveler, let's go. Till next time.
There'll be a next time?
Maybe. Who knows? I might write a story about the underwater factory All right, last stop, the docks.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you a Melusine, because I think they're cute as fuck. You need to see one. Every single Melusine is an autism creature, too. There! Look at them. And they have like a little tail. And look at the little paw pads! Like, look on her feet as she, like, hops around. Or his. I don't actually know.
The weather's nice like this tomorrow as well.
But every single Melusine has the same thing going as Nervalet. The hair throws me off. Nah, I don't see that. They have the same thing going on as Nervalet too, though, that they cannot understand humanity or human emotions at all. Like, they're constantly trying to learn about human emotions. Yeah. Alright. We're saving for Clorind. Slug. There's a whole story arc about the slugs being subjected to racism too. Which I think you'll really like, Asil.
Keep up.
Gonna go try and sleep, this is amazing. No problem. I'm gonna try and stream every day. I miss streaming every day.
They really are here! How did you know?
Navia mentioned that she stayed in touch with Linny and the others after working together. Apparently, they've been at the docks distributing these strange pockets the whole time since.
Traveler, Paimon. Ah, and Miss Charlotte, too.
Oh my god, the
Would you
strange...
like a magic pocket?
The strange pockets from the start of the fucking game. Yeah.
What sort of gadget is it?
It's a wondrous bag that can be used to carry many things. The water level has returned to normal, but if you see any of your things floating around, you can use this to carry them. Or you could trick a friend into doing it for you.
Trick a friend? I wonder which of my friends would fall for that.
You could just make a friend like Fremine here. Isn't that right, Fremine?
Is this what you meant by, I'll help you make some more friends?
To be honest, that sounds pretty sweet. Could I have your contact, please?
Sure. Please, write down my address.
Oh, poor Fremine.
Lynette sure is working hard to help Fremine socialize.
He was the one who proposed doing this. He even wants to assist in our magic shows.
Sounds like that would suit him.
Yes, I was planning to first introduce Pear as an assistant, and later Fremine himself. In the future, I think we can leave underwater escape magic to him too.
That would be cool. That totally suits him as a diver. But also, now I undoubtedly want to see a future unlockable costume with Fremine in the magician's outfit in the exact same style that Liney and Lynette is, but with his own color, right? So like Liney is red and Lynette is green.
Would anyone want to see a diver escape underwater?
Oh, it'll work out. Every journey begins with the first step. He'll become a part of our show eventually.
Lynette, could you come over? Miss Charlotte says she wants to take a picture of us.
Got it.
My, that Charlotte is rather perceptive. She got rid of everyone the moment she realized I had something to say to you. So, how have things been, Traveler? Father says that you did a great deal during the latest events. She's very grateful for your contributions to Fontaine.
That's alright. We were more than happy to help. So, what's she doing now?
Oh, I guess you haven't heard. Well, after Lady Farina left, Father and Monsieur Neuvillette opened negotiations, during which he gave Fontaine's gnosis to her as a diplomatic gift.
Oh, no. Well, they have the Hydronosis.
A diplomatic gift? A gnosis?
Yes, I was quite surprised at first myself. But when I thought it over, there were actually a number of things going for it. It could have been done as an apology for the incident with Lord Child, or as thanks for his help in tying the all-devouring narwhal down. Furthermore, Father did also lend significant aid to Fontaine and Poisson.
Well, that's true, but this is a gnosis we're talking about. Doesn't this seem a bit irresponsible?
I would agree, but I've also heard that it seems that Monsieur Neuvillette has had a significant change of heart regarding the matter.
So there's some reason for this that only
I suspect you'll have to ask him about that yourself. Ah, yes, speaking of which, I did see him strolling around the entrance to the Fortress of Meripede a while back.
Isn't he real busy and stuff? Paimon didn't think he'd have the time for that. But back to the topic. The gnosis was given to the knave, right? What about Chad?
They say that he's returned to Snezhnaya to recover from his wounds. I hear that the recent disaster really did a number on his health.
I'd call him one of my war buddies.
When you think about it, we've had loads of run-ins with the Fatui. To think we'd be allied with them this time.
So shocked by such a simple switching of sides?
I can't believe Pasta went to bed before he got to see Alakino.
What do you know? Come to the docks to see how my children are doing and meet the Traveler by chance. Please do not pay my accomplishments in Fontaine too much mind. I would have done them regardless.
Are you going to take the gnosis back to Snezhnaya?
That is our duty as harbingers, yes. Don't be too preoccupied with sides. The goal of the Fatui concerns not a single place or person, but the entire world. With such a grand goal in mind, it is inevitable that we must wear many masks. Switching my masks is something I've always done. Well, that depends on many things. No one truly knows what the future holds. What good is honesty if you can't rely on it forever? As for you,
I very much look forward to our next collaboration. Good things cannot be achieved alone, and you've proved yourselves to be great partners. A vision? All right. I'll remember to return it. Thank you for keeping it safe for him this entire time.
And that's a wrap for me. Huh? You...
Greetings, Miss Journalist.
Hello. If I'm not mistaken, there are diplomatic channels I'll need to report to take a photo of you.
That is correct. So forgive me, but I will not be able to serve as a subject in your article. However, feel free to write as much as you'd like about our dear magicians and our upcoming rookie talent.
I will.
The sea breeze is quite pleasant. I shall continue my walk while the weather remains so agreeable. Farewell.
Farewell, Father.
Oh, she has such an intimidating presence. I didn't even dare to take a picture. Thankfully, I've already wrapped up all my pre-scheduled interviews. Thank you all. This'll be more than enough for me to write about, I'm sure.
Don't be too nervous. Why don't you take a magic pocket before you go? Here, Traveler, Paimon, you take one too.
To move things about?
That's right. Funny. I was giving out magic pockets when we first met too. And what do you know? I'm doing the exact same thing right now. So many things have happened, but the pockets are still the pockets. I guess this must be life. We will all follow our own paths, and serendipity will lead you to your fated friends. All right then. We'll be handing out pockets in some other districts later, so we'll get going now. Have a good day, you two.
Well, guess we sent Charlotte off. Shall we go see what Neverlette's doing? As long as he's not so busy that he doesn't have time to chat anyway.
Yeah, alright. Let's go talk to Neverlette. Yeah, he's behind. I wonder if there's a... an achievement for reading everything. Oh no, it's like cycling through them now. Okay. God damn it, the camera just nearly fucking killed me! God damn it, Genshin!
So, you really are here, Neverlette. Paimon
Really? Oh, I suppose you must have met Mr. Linney. He took the time to greet me earlier when he passed this way. In any case, you came at a good time. I was just considering reaching out to you to set up a meeting, so I may explain some things that I haven't had the time to before.
Aw, Paimon's glad that you remembered. Thank you for keeping us on your mind, what with you being busy and all. Alright, let's have it then. How was Fontaine actually saved? The whole business is still quite the mystery to us.
It is strange how words can often leave a bitter taste in the mouth when it finally comes time to say them out loud.
Whoa. So that's what happened? Focalor destroyed the divine throne of the Hydro Archon and restored your power to you, transforming you into a fully fledged elemental dragon sub. But Paimon still doesn't quite get what you did to save the Fontainians from dissolving.
For me, the authority of the ancient dragons refers to absolute control over the hydro element. Fontainians were incomplete humans born of Egeria's use of the power of the primordial sea, with constitutions similar to that of mimics. But so long as those primordial energies remain within them, I could use the ancient dragon's authority to grant them true blood, after the fashion in which life was first brought into being on this planet. In other words, when I gave my verdict, Fontainians became true humans, and thus would naturally no longer be dissolved by water from the primordial sea.
Focalor must have counted on you to make that decision as well. Your verdict was the key to making the prophecy appear to have come true while saving everyone. Yeah, and in a manner of speaking, Focalor finally managed to fulfill the original Hydro Archon's wish to turn Oceanids into real people too!
Didn't you just pronounce it the other way
It seems
in that...
from your expressions that you still have more things you wish to ask.
Like, didn't you just pronounce it Oceanids and then Oceanids? God damn it. Tyler, when you rewatch this, you can tell me.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. I have investigated his case along many avenues, and I have learned that he once fell into an unknown chasm when he was young. There, by chance, he awakened the all-devouring narwhal. But whether it be by sentiment or reason, that should not have been enough to consider him the root cause of the disaster. At most, he would have had tangential liability. As for the judgment passed by the Oratrice during the trial, whether it was due to that liability by association or Focalor deliberately using him to buy time for us on the assumption that he would be able to hold the creature off, I cannot say.
Guess Focalor had Fontainians in mind the whole time. In the end, it was thanks to her that they finally became real humans. Hang on a second. Paimon suddenly got another question. Back when Fontainians hadn't yet become real humans, were the children they had also transformed Oceanids?
Life has always flowed like water. Do you recall how Fontainians would often come to the Fountain of Lucine to pray for children?
Yeah, Lynette said the fountain is where all the waters in Fontaine converge.
In truth, even those couples did not know that such prayers were no mere custom, but instead a form of ritual. Those Oceanids who were blessed within the spring water would later descend as new humans in the coming months.
Paimon sorta gets it now.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Yeah, about that. Risley said Farina has already left. What's that all about?
Ah, Lady Farina. The people are only aware that her death sentence has not been carried out. She abdicated the post of Hydro Archon and left affairs related to that title to me, before leaving the Opera House. I related Focalor's words to her faithfully and completely. After hearing them, she seemed neither saddened nor comforted. She simply said that she was tired and needed to rest.
Yeah.
Having said that, she then packed her things and moved out of the Opera House, not unlike how an ordinary person might.
But she's still got a place to stay, right?
You need not worry. I will make arrangements to ensure that she will not want for food, clothing, board, or travel. In truth, I am somewhat happy for her. The wear and tear on her spirit will, of course, take time to heal. But now that she no longer has to play the role of Focalor the Hydro Archon, she can finally lay down her burdens and lead a normal life.
What about you then? What are your plans now that you've regained your full powers as the Hydro Dragon?
After Focalor passed on, the Oratrice also ceased to function. This matter will directly affect our trials. After much careful consideration, I've decided to take over its role in our courts. From now on, I shall hear cases and pass verdicts by myself.
Looks like you're still considering stuff from the perspective of the Udex, huh?
As an elemental dragon, there are indeed many things that I must do. But this power and this duty, in a manner of speaking, you could say that both were granted to me. As such, before I attend to my other responsibilities, I must first and foremost continue to serve Fontaine as its highest judge. The duty of the Hydro Sovereign and the duty of the Udex shall coexist within my person. Additionally, the Hydro Archon's departure has brought about another problem, which is that the Opera House shall no longer produce indemnitium.
That's true. That power was derived from the people's faith in the Hydro Archon, wasn't it? Wait, but the various mechs and machines in the city are all still okay. Where are they getting their energy from?
As I am now, I have full command over New Musia, and it can serve as a complete substitute. Another reason why I cannot quite leave Fontaine immediately.
Wow. This ancient dragon's authority stuff is really quite useful, huh?
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Oh, that's right! They say you've given it to the knave as a diplomatic gift or something!
Leaving aside their intentionality, the two Fatui Harbingers have indeed done much for us during this crisis. Their sole remaining goal in Fontaine, at least at this point, would seem to be the Gnosis. The Oratrice has ceased to function. The Hydro Archon's divine throne is now no more, and I do not need the Gnosis's power. As such, it has lost all meaning for Fontaine. If the Fatui have impure designs, then we might as well accede to their request now, and avoid unnecessary conflict.
What complicated considerations! Paimon thought you were just giving it to them out of gratitude to the knave and as an apology to Child.
Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it. You will soon be heading to Natlan, I presume? I'm afraid that I have little talent as a travel guide, so all I can do is tell you what I know about that land. As far as I'm aware, Natlan can be said to be a nation of dragons.
Oh!
A nation of dragons? You mean like you?
No, I suspect that I would not find myself welcome there. Unlike ancient dragons such as myself, the dragons of Natlan have undergone long years of development and evolution. Large numbers of them have entered a form of coexistence with humanity. Natlan is also the nation of war. War ravages those lands like an undying flame. There is one other piece of information I got incidentally from my negotiations with the Knave that I believe may be useful to you. The Harbinger known as the Captain has thrown his hat into the endless ring of war.
The Captain. Sounds like a real tough customer. Seriously, everywhere you look, there's a Fatui Harbinger doing their thing.
I suggest that you fully prepare yourself before going to Natlan. In the meantime, Fontaine's doors will always be open to you. Ask away. I will tell you the truth as I know it.
Hang on a sec. Paimon's still got a question about the Gnosis. When we spoke to Linny earlier, he mentioned that your attitude towards giving away the Gnosis had clearly changed. We guessed that there might be some reason for it that only you were aware of.
No wonder the House of the Hearth is the Fatui's intelligence division. They are certainly sharp. So regarding this specific issue, I was just getting ready to share something with you.
What is it?
In truth, I exchanged some further words with that lady named Skirk after sending you two back to the surface. It went something like this.
Don't tell me how it went something like. Tell me exactly how it went.
Well, we're going to head topside to see what's going on. You hurry over soon as well, all right, Nervalet?
What next?
The all-devouring narwhal isn't here, so I'm no longer getting any interference. I can finally catch the scent of your power, what it's made of. It is the authority of the planet's primordial dragons, but with something very similar to a god's curse mixed in. It's quite a novel blend. I'm sure I've encountered something like this before. What was it again?
I do not know what you speak of.
Ah, of course. How could I forget? You should have the remains of the third descender on your person, yes?
Remains? I've never heard of any such thing.
Huh. According to your parlance, I believe it may be called a gnosis.
Well, that much is true. After Focalor's divinity faded, she handed her gnosis to me. But I fear I have never heard of it described in the manner that you just did.
I've been training with my master, the Foul, ever since I was young, and I have never returned to the surface since. So most of the information I possess, I got from him. It is only natural for those who are greater than humanity to possess a different sort of common sense, which is why there are so many problems in our attempts to communicate with humans. Regardless, you should probably get rid of objects of misfortune to prevent any disasters from befalling you. To live in itself is a blessing, but once a person dies, the bonds he once had with this world shall all turn to curses.
What do you mean by that?
No need to fret. These are just my personal thoughts, and my reason for no longer wishing to return to the surface.
This third descender you refer to, who are they? And when did they die?
Master never mentioned them to me. Perhaps it just wasn't that important for me to know. If you're interested, though, I could ask him. I'll be sure to pass the answer on to you next time.
Next time? You believe we will meet again?
I do. Wait. I have a disciple of my own, don't I? He can be the messenger then.
Just me being teleported
That's
around.
What she told me. Whether it would prove useful or not, I wanted to pass that information on to you.
The remains of the third descender? So that's what the Gnosis actually are. Paimon just thought they looked like chess pieces. How could they be a person's remains?
I want to know how there are more than... Maybe not every Gnosis is a Descender's remains. Otherwise, there should be more than 5 Descenders. If we're a Descender, and we don't even have a Gnosis...
All the same, assuming that there was no misunderstanding or special metaphor at play, that is what she meant to say.
And she said that it would bring misfortune and that you should check it, which is why you gave it to the Fatui.
If she speaks the truth, then I would simply be putting Fontaine at unnecessary risk by keeping it here. I had guessed that you might already be familiar with this concept, but I did not expect you to be one of them. That means that the Gnosis, which are exceedingly element-compatible and can even enhance elemental abilities, do indeed come from the third Descender.
So all the Gnosis came from the third
I
Descender.
wonder, does your body also possess similar properties?
Yes!
Like being able to use elemental powers without a vision.
Yes, that literally...
Special compatibility, right?
Yes!
No, let's not think about this stuff right now. It just feels creepy.
Paimon! I want to think about this stuff! Fuck you!
Comparing the Traveler to the dead third Descender and all? That's what you say, but this topic still feels like bad luck. Once Child recovers, let's get some more answers out of him. Or go look for his master and get the answers that way.
I too believe it unwise to make too many blind guesses when information is lacking. The same is true of being at court.
Alright. Whatever the case, it seems like the crisis here in Fontaine's over for now.
Yes. All of Focalor's efforts were for this moment as well.
But she sacrificed herself in the end as a god, and she suffered through all those years as a human. Was that really what she wanted?
I suppose that would be the mystery of a god's will. I suspect not. But once in a while, I too would guess that if wishes were like the clouds in the sky, they will one day return to the earth as raindrops. Life flows like water, and rain is the final answer. The water levels may sometimes tilt one way or another, but the rain falls fairly upon all. And what, ultimately, is the difference between the rains that fall upon all of us?
That was wild. That was wild. Ew. I mean, sure, I guess. Max out 8 level 4-star artifacts. What? I mean, sure, I guess. Ew. Gotta. I can do it from the artifact menu, that'll be quicker. There we go. This is like not worth it, but I need to get rid of the yeah, whatever. I hate having things. Or 5. Six. Seven. Oh, that's not fully enhanced. Stupid book. Oh, it had a wish on it. Okay, that was worth it then. Absolutely worth it. See, look how worth it was. Look how worth it was. Oh, Farina.